Hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. It's a concept that I'm trying to champion, and the shootout, um, the genesis of the shootout is the following. ERPNext is the world's most popular open source ERP. It is used by over 25,000 organizations across the world. Unicorns such as Zerodha and Elastic run their business on ERPNext. Yet ERPNext is in many ways the best kept secret in the world. How well does ERPNext stack up against its peers and competitors? And that's what this shootout does. So let's pick on Zoho Books and Inventory for the first shootout. Why Zoho Books and Inventory? Because Zoho is a unicorn by itself, and people in India would have heard of Zoho, evaluated Zoho, or are using Zoho. I already have a blog comparing on LinkedIn, comparing ERPNext against Zoho Books and Inventory, and how well does ERPNext and Zoho stack up against each other? My blog post was based on mere hearsay. I had spoken with a prospect who was struggling with Zoho at that particular time, and so what this shootout does is that we actually going to pick up, and that is going to be in the next slide. So let's get to it when we get to it. So that the which one is better? In what ways? ERPNext and Zoho on this particular shootout is what we're going to be delving deep into. So how am I going to do it? I will identify a set of tasks and attributes that a typical small medium business would face when going about to decide which system to use. I will then try to achieve those tasks and attributes on ERPNext, both on ERPNext and on Zoho Books and Inventory. I will capture the screens like what I'm doing right now and present it to you people, and you can make up your mind as to what works better for you in a particular scenario, ERPNext or Zoho Books plus Inventory. This is the attributes. We will sign up for a company, ROI retrievers, 5 users, 1 accounts, 1 sales, 1 buying, 1 stores, and 1 manufacturing. Work with a standard chart of accounts without any opening balances. The chart of accounts that is pre-configured as the system is set up for ROI retrievers. Setup items: SI bought, SI made, SI outsourced, RM1 and RM2. SI made uses 1 numbers of RM1 and SI outsourced uses 1 kg of RM2. SI made is a serialized item, so is RM1. SI outsourced is the batch item with expiry date, so is RM2. We make a sales order for 1 numbers of SI bought, SI made, and SI outsourced. We make a BOM for SI made and SI outsourced. We'll procure 100 numbers of SI bought and RM1 and 100 kg of RM2. We will sell SI bought. We will make, that is manufacture SI made. We will outsource and get back SI outsourced. We will create 3 warehouses: main stores, branch stores, and roadshow. We will send 25 numbers of the sales items, which is SI bought, SI made, and SI outsourced, to branch stores and roadshow. We will invoice and ship from the 2 branch stores and roadshow and transfer back the unsold items from the roadshow. So this is typically how a small medium business would operate. The roadshow is probably an extra layer because not every organization does roadshows, but many of them do. They take part in exhibitions, they do roadshows, they take part in events when they would like to sell items. And how do you track these pieces of inventory, these pieces of finished goods, when it goes out of the boundaries of the organization is something that we will consider. My name is Jay, and I do digital transformation for SMBs. I have a fair amount of experience with ERPNext, over 8 years, and I've done over 50 implementations of ERPNext in manufacturing setups across the world. I do not have much experience with Zoho Books and Inventory. I have discovered Zoho Books and Inventory as the preparation for this particular shootout. So it's not like I'm starting with zero, but it's nowhere close to how well I know ERPNext. And so when I I'm not presenting Zoho books and inventory in the most appropriate light, and there is a better way of doing things. All you Zoho books and inventory experts out there, please feel free to chime in and tell me where I'm going wrong, and I'm very happy to correct that. The intention is to be objective and unbiased, but my familiarity with ERPNext and lack of familiarity with Zoho books plus inventory might inadvertently not do justice to Zoho books plus inventory. While I am, or at least I consider myself to be an expert on ERPNext, there is definitely no way I can know everything about ERPNext. So if you see that there is a more optimal way of implementing something on ERPNext, please do let me know. And the same thing, I will do justice to ERPNext as well in a subsequent version of this particular shootout. Now, without much ado, let's get on with the shootout. Yes, this part is about sign up on ERPNext. So we will sign up for a company or work with a standard chart of accounts without any opening balances. ERPNext has three options: software as a service version on ERPNext, Frappe Cloud on frappecloud.com, and self-hosted. We will only attempt software as a service and Frappe Cloud versions, as self-hosted is really complicated. It's a separate module by itself. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to go to ERPNext.com and we're going to say get started. And we're going to see if there is a free trial. Yes, there is a start free trial, so we're going to click on that. And the site name is the name that needs to be given. So I'm going to say, I've tried this quite a few times, so I just want to be sure that it's all okay. So I will try so it should only contain lowercase alphabets, numbers, and hyphens. So let's see hyphen. And yes, it is available. How lucky. So I'm gonna put in my name, country, email address, and my password. I have to agree to that, and then say I'm going to say create account. And as I hit that, there is a verification email that has been sent, so I have to get in here and log into another account. A whole bunch of accounts over there. And I should have logged in here to make it a little crisper. I apologize for that, but this will just take another minute longer. And yes, we're almost there. This should get me in. And I say, yes, I understand, Mr. Google. Yes, I agree, Mr. Google. And it verified my account. And then what happened? It didn't let me log in. Let me try this again. Okay. Maybe I just need to refresh. Yes, and then I will try and log in now. Yes, here it is. So we'll get on to that, and that should have the verification email already there. Yes, it is. And we will verify this. Click on verify account, and yeah, so that gets me onto the setup screen for my instance of ERPNext. Well, I'm just going to use services 1 to 10. My designation is others, and my phone number. Let me try and see what happens if I don't put in the phone number. Yes, well, it wasn't mandatory, so you don't have to put in your phone number. And here I am. So that was so easy, wasn't it? So now I gotta go set up the actual company in here. And I shall say no thank you. And I'm going to use this, and I'm going to use a simpler email ID to log in. I'm just going to ensure that I got the password right. I'm going to change that in the chart of accounts. Financial year begins on 1/4/2023. No audit trail. I'm going to say setting up your system. There was the audit trail that I could have enabled, but I just don't want to do it because I have not much experience with it. And it says that once you enable audit trail, you can't disable that. So I'm just going to play it safe. So there it is, setting up your system. And as it sets up the system, I'm just going to walk you through a few things that I know about how ERPNext throws this particular instance at you. So if you go into the chart of accounts, so there are all of these particular modules. ERPNext is open source, so nobody can prevent you from accessing all of these particular modules, and Frappe doesn't do that either. And in the choices on the right, the options that you have on your right will depend on the module that you pick on the left. There are a few things that I will do. Global defaults. I'll turn off onboarding. Who are you? You're a new doggy. So I'm doing this recording at Lalbagh, which is an oasis, 140-acre oasis in the middle of Bangalore. I just think it adds character. You see the green canopy, behind over here, and that green canopy, kind of like, and there is the sounds of birds. There are tourists around, so you hear all of those particular disturbances and disruptions. And rather than try to, of course, I won't go out and seek those noises, but rather than, when that does happen, rather than try and avoid those or filter it out, I'm going to present it to you in unfiltered, unadulterated grandeur for you to enjoy. Please do let me know if you find that a little too distracting. And there is a dog in here. Looks like a little husky in there. He's coming and checking me out. I've got 2 dogs at home, both Indies, and those smells let the dogs think that I'm a safe guy when it comes to dogs. And you got to see this. He's just put his head on my lap almost, and he's like just nuzzling me. and it's kind of like it's really really endearing, heartwarming, and adorable, right? So he's gone, so I'm less distracted now. So what I was going to do, I was going to turn off a few things, and I'm going to look for it in here. I think it's in. I'm just trying to, disable, enable onboarding. I'm just going to knock that off, and then I'm going to see if the energy points settings is enabled automatically. It's not by default. So now we got this onboarding disabled, so there's going to be a little less chatty when I move from one screen to another. And now I'm going to just show you the accounting setup, especially when it comes to chart of accounts. So you see the chart of accounts. So there is a chart of accounts that gets thrown at you as ERPNext is set up for you. I walked you through the setup where you have to put in a few basic information, and as you do that, you get your chart of accounts, and there is a pre-configured chart of accounts that is already there. I'll go into the tree view and walk you through, and just click on expand all, and you can see that there is a whole bunch of accounts that are already set up, and all you have to do is start making your transactions. So you don't really need to get into this geeky accounting stuff about how to set up your chart of accounts and all that kind of stuff, which is great because it helps you get started. But then your accountant will have to probably catch up with the pace at which you're going ahead on ERPNext, and that is a good problem to have, because you don't want to feel constrained, you don't want to feel inhibited that you have to do a whole bunch of stuff before you even start to use ERPNext. So this is what it is. There are some users that have been set up. There are the modules, over here, buying, selling, stock, manufacturing, projects, anything, HR, payroll, all of those, modules that comes in right out of the bat on ERPNext. There could be a few modules that you may need to just install, and like HR and payroll, which has become a separate module on version 15 of ERPNext. So those are some things that you might have to install, and that's a fairly simple process. And I might touch upon that in a future module. So this is it. It was so easy to set up ERPNext and get into ERPNext. To sign up and get into ERPNext, there is a 14-day free trial that is that ERPNext gives you. You can go and you can play around and try and make it work for yourself. If you cannot make it work, there was those partners, ERPNext partners, that can help you out, and there are a whole bunch of freelancers like me that can also help you make ERPNext work for you, because ERPNext, any ERP system, implementing an ERP system, even for a small medium business, is a lot of work. There is a lot of moving parts that that are there as part of an ERP, and unless you can take some serious time away from your business, it's going to be more optimal and cheaper in the long run for you to work with an ERPNext partner, right? So this is it for this particular module. We'll be back again in a subsequent module. This segment is about sign up on Zoho Books plus inventory. We will sign up for a company. We will work with the standard chart of accounts without any opening balances. So we go straight into Zoho Books plus inventory. So we'll go to zoho.com and we say books, and we'll actually go back in here and say get started for free, and use from j@roiretrievers.com. My password try and make it a strong password. I have exhausted my 5 users in my preparation while trying to set this up. So Mr. Ganesh, he runs a company called Talent on Board, has very nicely offered to help me borrow his number, and I will use his number there, and it's creating my account. So Ganesh has got to send me his one-time password. Let me see if he does that quickly. I mean, it's easy for me to just pay something and then sign up on this. It's not like I'm trying to mess somebody in here. It's just that for the odd, since the shootout, we just want to present both pieces of software in the right way, and a free sign up is a very strong. A free trial is a very strong. What can I say? It's a very strong plus point for prospective people. So I just want to present both of them in the right way. So we're going to pick Zoho Books, and we will say access Zoho Books, and that should hopefully help us get started. I'll ask for the company, and we'll say ROI Retrievers and India, and let's get started. It's asking for industry, say consulting, though we're going to be doing manufacturing in India. I use Karnataka here. It's probably to do with GST. I need to remember to knock off GST. Yes, no is good. We leave it. Both of them do. I'm sure GST extremely well. Both ERPNext and Zoho Books does the GST very well. So we'll just knock that off. We're not going to get into that particular complexity at this particular stage. Here it is. Zoho Books is done. And what we're going to do, it's kind of asked for a verification to start invoicing. So let's get that particular done. Verify email address. And I have already accessed my account. Thank you very much. Alright. So we go back to Zoho Books, and then we're going to pick up Zoho inventory now, because that is another thing that we need as part of to be able to do the shootout. We need both Zoho Books and Zoho inventory. Join existing organizations. So we're going to just join this particular organization, and that is it. So we now have both Zoho Books and Zoho inventory set up and running, and we will explore each of these a little bit more in subsequent modules, but for the purpose of this particular module, that was it. Actually, there are a few things there's some other things that need to be done, and I remember that we will, before you get started on the inventory module, but we will do that in a subsequent module as we get on to the inventory module. And here is your chart of accounts. So even here you have a chart of accounts that is all set up. You can start making transactions right out of the bat without having to wait for your accountant to help you set up the chart of accounts, or for you to be able to get into geeky stuff as credit balances, debit balances, chart of accounts, assets, liabilities, income, expenses, and what comes underneath what, and all those kind of things. You don't need to worry about that. As an entrepreneur, you can just keep going and let your accountant clean up after you. So this module, we did the sign up of Zoho Books plus inventory, It went through great. It was very smooth. There are a few verifications, and rightly so, that need to be done. But those verifications take they're very quick and they're very easy. So this is it. We will get on to actually using and setting up ERPNext and Zoho Books and Inventory in a subsequent module. Thank you. Hello, and we are doing this segment on setting up items and bombs on both ERPNext and Zoho Books plus Inventory. The first one is on ERPNext, where we're going to walk you through the ERPNext setup. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to set up items: SI made, SI bought, SI made simple, SI outsourced, RM1, RM2 and RM3. SI made uses one number of RM1 and SI outsourced use 1 kg of RM2. SI made simple will use one number of RM3, and this is neither the SI made simple is neither batched nor serialized, so there are no batch numbers or serial number tracking. SI made is a serialized item, so is RM1. SI outsourced is a batched item with expiry date, so is RM2. We're going to make bombs for SI made and SI outsourced, and to ensure that we are able to look at both pieces of software at a very simple level, we are introducing a made item which does not use serialized, does not need any traceability, no serial numbers or no batch numbers. So that's what we're going to do, and we're going to set this up on ERPNext first. To log into ERPNext, let me start with a tab. You point your browser to the URL on which your instance of ERPNext is hosted, and you log in using your email ID or user ID and password. And as you log in, you will get to a screen where you left off last time. But if you go to the home part of it, which is what it is anyway, and we have a free trial version of ERPNext, and if you go to home, you will see an options, the set of options that you typically use on your right, and you can change the options that you have here depending on the module that you select on the left. So if it's accounts that you select, then you have a context sensitive set of options that you get on the right that you could use. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to the stock module. Before we go to the stock, actually at the stock module, we're going to pick up I just wanted to, sorry, I'm blabbering. I just wanted to kind of talk to you about perpetual inventory and periodic inventory, and for that it's not in the stock settings, it's in the company list, and we're going to pick this up, and I'll just show you. I'm not completely decided as to whether we need to enable perpetual inventory or not enable perpetual inventory. For the purposes of this particular demo, we're going to let perpetual inventory enabled. I will have a separate segment that talks about the advantages of perpetual inventory and as against periodic inventory, and in many situations the advantages, the overwhelming advantages of periodic inventory as against perpetual inventory, but that's another segment. But this is one setting that you would want to look at before you get started on your ERPNext. Here are two more dogs coming here and checking me out. Neither of these dogs have come check me out before. You can see that from the green canopy at the back, you'll be wondering where I am, and there's a little bit of a background noise, ambient noise if you will, and I am recording this particular video, the segment at Lal Bagh, which is a 140-acre oasis in the middle of Bangalore, and it's a great place to visit. It's a great place to walk. It's a great place to hang out. And right now, because of the Republic Day, the Republic Day celebrations of the Republic of India, we have the Republic Day flower show, and there is the high level of activity over here, and it's going to increasingly become more and more busy over the next many days. So now we're going to go and talk about the items, and we're going to set up an item, and we're going to make the SI made item that's going to be set up here. And if you remember right, I'm going to put SI made, and here sales item, made. Now this is a product, this is a sales item, so we select product, and over here we will just pick something which is appropriate. We will call this tables. Let's see what comes in. A whole bunch of other things. So let's say we will say solar panel. How about that? We don't have this thing for a solar panel. I just pick the first thing that comes in here. Okay, 32041221. I tried to disable that. I wasn't able to do that. And this is in the numbers. We're going to go to the inventory module. That's about all. And in the description, we're going to put again the sales item made. We're just going to copy what's in the item name, and we're going to paste it in the description field as well. And we're going to open up the inventory tab, and here's where you select whether it's a serialized item or a batched item, or if you want to do both. Yes, it's possible to do both. You can have an item that is both serialized and batched. For that, you just have to click both of them. And there are a lot of cases where you would want that to be there, especially for items that have an expiry date, but you also need a serial number. Yeah, so that's about what we have. So let me just ensure that I use the same serial number, 3204, HSN SAC code 32041221 in all the items that I'm going to use. There you go. So I'm going to save this. And now what I'm going to do, once you make an initial item using the web interface, I'm going to show you how to do data import. And I'm not actually going to create the file because that's fairly intense for any system. I'm just going to show you the major concept of how you would be able to import data into ERPNext. So you click on data import, and you say new data import. You pick the item or the doc type that you want imported, which is item here, and I will say insert new records because that's what we're going to try and do. And I'm going to save this, and once I save this, there will be a template, download template option that will open up, and I typically like to select all fields, and then I will say all records too, because I want to see that one record that we set up using the web interface. And I will download this, and I have a strange way of working, and I'm going to say I can download 2024-01-18, which is 18th of January 2024. I'm going to put the time in as well, 1701, and then I'm going to save this, and that's download. And I'm going to go pick that up, open it up, and create the upload file for the rest of the items. Now I might I might not show you the file. Doing the file is kind of like fairly intense, and it's not a very optimal way of you spending your time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close this particular video, and we'll come back, and once the file is ready, I'm going to come back and show you how you can do the upload. But basically, maybe I could just show you one of them. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say numbers, and this is going to be SI outsourced. We're going to use products again over here. You can just copy this. Many of them you don't need. Allow purchase, allow sales. I'm just going to pick both allow purchase and sales because it's typically easier. Of course, it does mean that you will see these items in both purchase and sales transactions. So this SI outsource is going to be a batched item with an expiry date, and I'm going to pick both of them, and I'm going to just pick this same HSN code and plug it in here. Include item in manufacturing. I'm going to say yes to this too, and I'm going to take this and I'm going to change this to SI sales item outsourced. I'm going to copy this because I know I need to paste this in the description field. Then I'm going to let all of these. I'm going to let ERPNext pick the default options from there. Many of these you don't need to. Right, and then I just got to go find the description field and paste this in the description field. So I'm just going to do that now. Hello, and welcome to this segment of ERPNext Shootouts. We're going to be setting up items and bombs on Zoho Books plus Inventory, Zoho Inventory mainly. Zoho Inventory, the equivalent of a bomb, is a composite item, but before we get there, I'm just going to walk you through what we're going to set up. We're going to set up items, SI bought, SI made simple, SI outsourced, RM1, RM2, and RM3. SI made is a serialized item, so is RM1, the input item into SI made. SI outsourced and RM2 is the input item to SI outsourced, is a batched item, both are batched items with expiry dates. SI made simple, we'll keep it simple. SI made S, we'll neither make it batched nor serialized, because on a structured data system, tracking batch numbers and serial numbers adds a certain amount of complexity, and most organizations may not need traceability, batch number tracking and serial number tracking. So consequently, the input item to SI made S, RM3, will also not be a batched or a serialized item. We'll make the equivalent of a bomb on it's called a composite item on Zoho Inventory for SI made S, and SI outsourced. There are a few configuration settings that need to be changed. Let me walk you through that. So you click on the settings, go to item, and scroll down to enabling composite items. So, you see this, so you got to enable composite items, and then enable serial number tracking and batch number tracking. Allow duplicate batch numbers. Let me also click on that. And then prevent stock from going. So I'm just turning off negative stock basically, and then I'm going to save this. So that's taking care of that, and I will close settings, come back to inventory, go to items, and then come here and click on these three horizontal buttons, and then I will say import items, and I will download a sample file, and I will download the whole thing now so that we can work off that, and you can see how an import needs to be done. 22 13 23 going to save this, and we're going to open it up. And this how an upload needs to be done. And we're going to save this as a Google Sheet, because otherwise Google gets very angry and doesn't let me do a lot of things with this particular file. Right, so now we're going to add, let us say, 10 items below, and we're going to say item name is SI bot. SKU will use the same, description will use the same, selling price is 500, is returnable item is true. We don't need brand, we don't need UPC, so we will use goods. Product type is goods. Sales account is sales. PCS. Purchase description. Oh, the actual sales description will say sales item bought. And we will copy this into the purchase description as well. And we will add a purchase price of 200. Item type is sales and purchase. And this is cost of goods sold. And inventory. Wow. Let me just go back in your smartphone. So it says inventory, so let me just change this to inventory. Cost of goods sold, inventory asset. We don't want reorder levels, we don't want opening stock, we want package length and other stuff, and we don't want warehouse. We just add the taxes here, and then we go in here and add serial number, batch number, we'll add another row, so one row after expiry date. Right, so I will try this now. Well, we try with two of them. We can't put the other one because that's a composite item. So I can't put in SI bought or SI made here because it's a composite item. So I will put RM1. SKU, I'll use the same thing. Raw material 1. No selling price, no returnable, product type is goods. Well, actually if you have to turn on serial items, I think you need to make that into a sales item as well, and if you put a sales item you need to put a price to it. So we will kind of add all of that in. So we put goods, sales pieces, raw material 1, $200, inventory, cost of goods sold, true, no batch number. Okay, no batch number for RM1, for RM2. And same thing, 500. Let's make this returnable as well, since we have the option to call it returnable. We take all of this and copy it, change this to raw material 2. Oh, this is good, and then come over here and add true to batch numbers, true to expiry date, and finally we need another one which is RM3. So we just copy this, Control C, Control V, we call this RM3. And come over here, change this to RM3, and knock off the batch number and expiry date. And now what we'll do is we'll try and knock off these. And save it. Comma separated files. And that's a fairly complicated. Name photo file, so I just made it a little simpler, changed it to upload. That's what I like to do, and then save it. And we'll go back and try and import it now. I'll pick this file, use this, and let's get duplicates. That is fine. They go in here and add the serial number tracking and batch number tracking and expiry date, which is great. I think we'll try this. Let's just save this. Yes, so we finally managed to get this right. So there, so the items have gotten imported. Now we need to set up the composite items or composite items, however way you say that. And we're going to pick this up, use the same option, and we're going to download a sample file. Item download. To see, that is the reason why adding a date and a timestamp makes it easier to trace when things go wrong, if things go wrong. And when you're working with data imports for even a fairly not so large organization, it kind of takes a lot of tedious effort to be able to do that, and with the tedium comes the chance of making errors, and that's what we're trying to prevent, or we're trying to be conscious of by changing the by keeping a track of all the files that we work with. Let me just go around and see if the input items are mapped quantity. So let me see. Laptop is got, okay, here it is. So you just gotta keep copying the same thing over and over again. And you gotta add that note keyboard. I think I got it. Alright, so we're gonna call this SI made. SI made. Now there's got to be at least two items. 500 description sales item made, and we'll say sales honesty 5% tax type amount, so active. You know what, I kind of made a mistake. I had to do RM2 as kg in the other item. I hopefully should be able to change the unit measure on the web interface, and we'll do that as soon as we remember that. So here we go, and we say SI made. Sorry, there's a lot of ambient noise here. I hope it's not too distracting. Which is price. I mean, this. Wait a minute. Good. Okay. Cost of goods sold, inventory, asset. Okay, and then we're going to say RM1. Mapped quantity is 1. Then you need to have two items in a composite item, two input items into a composite item. One of them can be a service item, and we're going to do that. We're going to set up a labor cost item. We're going to make two changes. The first one is we're going to change the unit of measure for RM2 into kg. And we're going to do that as soon as my internet connection gets better here. Right, so we're going to try it again. We're going to go into items, and I just reload. Now let's hope that it comes up, otherwise I'm not doing a very clear demo for you guys. I am cognizant of that, but hey, I am constrained by the infrastructure that is available here. I mean, I could do this from my home office, but that is it's kind of like dingy in the indoor setting. It's a studio setting. I think this is way better. I think, right? But as long as I keep having, I will move to a better place where there is better internet connectivity within Lal Bagh. But because of this Republic Day, there's a lot of crowd in here, and I'm trying to find a place which is not very, not super crowded, so that there isn't a lot of distraction for you in terms of the ambient noise that's out there. So let me try again. Let me just go back to the item section again. This seems to be okay. Let's go to home, but it's taking its time loading. Let me see if there is. Oh yeah, so there is a problem with my internet connection. It's just got okay now, so that should start moving. And typically when you have to edit, you have to have silence, otherwise it's going to be tough to edit. So I'm going to be quiet as this loads up. And yes, so you click on I'm just going to click on items. I'm going to pick up RM2, and I'm going to edit this. I'm going to try and change the unit measure from pieces to kg, because that's what I wanted. And I'm going to save this. Yes, that is done. And then I have to add another item. So I'm just going to say new. So much easier to do it on the web interface. So I'm just going to do that. Labor. And I'm just adding this because I know that Zoho inventory expects you to have at least 2 items for a composite item. Otherwise, it doesn't let you set up a composite item. So that's the reason. We just add this. Okay, so this is 50 selling price. There's no selling price of labor. Okay, maybe there's a selling price of labor. So 500, cost price is 50, labor cost, manufacturing labor cost. I'm just going to call it manufacturing labor cost as well over here. And there's no track inventory. And we're going to save this. So this item has been added, and that's called labor. So now what we got to do is we got to go in here, and we got to add labor. We got to copy this whole thing. And come over here and change this to labor. And now we use SI outsourced. Let me just copy this to India and make the changes. SI outsourced. Sales item outsourced. I'm going to copy this too. I'm going to leave it as it is. These are pieces. That is good. 200 purchase price. So that's not the cost. Okay. And then we're going to add. Oh, it's got to be somewhere here on the purchase description. Of course, we need the purchase description. We'll copy that a little later. So let me again copy this in here, and we're going to call this as I made S. We're going to copy this everywhere. We're going to say as I made simple. And we're going to copy this here too, and we're going to go right, and then we're going to change this to RM3 and RM. Yeah, I almost missed that. There you go, and then we're going to knock this off. We're going to save this, and we want to change the time. I'm going to change this to upload. Change the time to 15:42. Right, so now we're going to do the importing of the composite items on Zoho inventory. Composite items is the equivalent of BOM. So it's an item that is made, and I am going to try and import this. insert item name, selling price, preferred stock, brand, package weight, tax details. I am trying to see where the well, so let me just try and set up a composite item here and see where the advanced inventory tracking, track serial number, track batches. There. Right. So we do have that, track serial number and track batches. So I am not very sure as to why. Well, I have to say leave and discard changes. Yeah, we're gonna try and do the importing again. Import composite items. There we go. We're going to say next. And now we have the best match for all the fields. I'm not so sure. Is the composite item 1231? Alright. So that seems to be the right file. So I'm just trying to find out where the serial number and batch number fields are for this. Anyway, I'm kind of, maybe the right thing to do would be to import and then set it up as serial and batched items. Let me see what happens. 3 of 6. Right, so let's hit an import. One of I mean, what was the problem with the others? Let me reload this. Labor, SI bought, SI outsourced. It's all in there. Recent activities. So let me go to item. SI made. Only one. I'm not so sure why that didn't go through. Let me go back in there. SI made, SI outsourced. SI made S. So what is the problem? Let me knock off the first item now. Let's look at the other one. I mean, I'm at my home office and you can hear a squirrel screeching in the background in the ambient noise, and that is thanks to my cat, Katrina, and she managed to grab a squirrel. But she's done that a few times before, but she doesn't have the ability to. Somehow the squirrels are too fast to let her have them for lunch or dinner, so they managed to escape. So right now, that squirrel, Katrina has lost the squirrel, and the squirrel is under the refrigerator, and Katrina can't get to it. A squirrel is shouting, and I have no idea where the squirrel is shouting. Maybe he or she is expecting his or her compatriots to come in and help her out here. But I don't see any of them coming in here. So we save that. I'll have to cancel this. We go back to this, and I have to say command. Yeah, download, comma separated values. It's going to come up, and we're going to use this. We're going to say OK, and we are going to pick that file that we just saved. This one, and say next, and say next. None of the files can be imported. Number record script. Let's see what the problem is. SKU number. Okay, somewhere I messed up the SKU number. Here's the SKU number. Alright, of course. That's the reason. Let's go back, put this over here, and now that should go through without any problems. As I keep saying, it's not Excel, sorry. As I keep saying, I'm sure it's not the amount I'm struggling with Zoho Books plus inventory has got nothing to do with Zoho Books inventory. It's just my knowledge with that. Each of these structured data systems, it takes a certain amount of expertise to be able to make it work for you. And your best bet if you're trying to implement any of these is to find an expert in this piece of software and get him or her to help you, or that company to help you. It'll save you a lot of time. I think your best bet, you're best served to focus on your customers or your suppliers, as the case may be, and the system is best implemented by an expert. And even if you do want to get involved, have an expert in. Right, so that is that. So now we're going to click import, and that's got imported. Now the thing that we got to do is we got to open up SI made and edit, and then we come below and we have to say labor, right, and we add advanced inventory tracking into track serial numbers, and we will save this. And then we open up SI outsourced, we come below, and similarly, and we say edit, and similarly we make this into a batched item. We do RM21 and track batches, and let's see if there's an expiry date for the batches. Maybe once I save, the expiry date comes up. No expiry date. I don't know how to add expiry date or say that this particular item is set up for expiry date on Zoho inventory. Let me just check. Zoho inventory composite items with batch number and expiry date. Okay, composite items, user guide, that's okay. Enable composite items. New composite item, returnable, taxable, non-taxable. Add another item. Track batches. Track batch numbers. Zia. No, thank you. Thank you, Zia. Appreciate your offer, but no thanks. Creating bundles for composite items. Okay. So doesn't say how I can add an expiry date. Maybe it's in the batch document, so don't need to worry about that. So that's it. All right, guys. So we have completed the the setting up of items on Zoho Books plus inventory. And then on Zoho inventory, items are divided. There is no concept of a BOM. The BOM is a composite item, and the item master has got the BOM information into it. So that's how it's set up. So both the systems are now ready for transactions. We come back in another segment and start making those particular transactions. Thank you, and see you soon. Yes, hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This shootout is with Zoho Books and Inventory, and this particular segment of the shootout is about setting up warehouse and making transactions. We're going to be doing it on ERPNext first, and then we're going to replicate those transactions, per se. The way those transactions will be done will depend on the system. So we will do the same transactions on Zoho Books and Inventory. So we'll go straight to ERPNext. This and log in. So you just point your browser to the fully qualified domain name or the IP address on which your ERPNext instance is hosted at, and all you need is a browser, obviously. So you log in using your user ID and password. And so what we have to do now is we have to set up the warehouses. So to set up the warehouses, we go to the stock module. The stock module is over here, and we scroll down to the settings area, I think. Right, so here it is, and you click on warehouse and you say add a warehouse. So there are 3 warehouses that we need to do. You can import it into ERPNext without too much trouble, but with just 3 warehouses, I just think it's going to be crisper for me to set it up using the web interface. We save that, and then we click on the 3 horizontal lines and then say new warehouse. This one would be branch stores, and the parent warehouse will again be all warehouses, and the account will again be stock in hand. And the final one is a roadshow warehouse, where the organization is going to be doing roadshows, and they're going to stock up at the roadshow and make sales out of that. And we're going to try and mirror that whole environment on ERPNext by creating a roadshow warehouse. So that is it. So we've created the 3 warehouses that are necessary on an ERPNext. You can Hello, and welcome back to this segment of ERPNext Shootouts. This shootout edition is with Zoho Books plus Inventory, and for this particular segment, we're going to be talking about warehouse setup and transactions. We've already set up the warehouse in the previous sub-segment. So now what we're going to be doing is we're going to buy and invert SI bot, RM1, RM2, RM3, and we're going to make SM made and SM made S, and we're going to outsource and get back SI outsource. But for this particular sub segment, we're going to be just focusing on this particular part, which is to buy and invert SI bot RM1, RM2, and RM3. We're going to do it on ERPNext first, so without wasting too much of your time, let me open up ERPNext and log in with my user ID and password. And so the way to buy something, you could start with, there are multiple ways of doing this, but the way I will show you is we'll start with what is known as a material request. And in the material request, we're going to have a combination of, we're mostly focused on the end items that we need to make. We need to make 100 numbers of SI made S, and SI outsourced, and we also have to buy 100 numbers of SI bought. So, and the input items have all been set up as bombs. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the 100 of SI made, the SI made S, and then the SI outsourced. And I'll show you how you could keep your focus on the product that you need to make, your production plan, if you will, and the input items for that will get automatically fetched by ERPNext. So we not. I'm sorry, I'm kind of a little confused. Not looking at purchase receipt. I confused receipt with request. All right, so we'll say new material request, purchases, right? We'll put the transaction as today. And since SI bot is a traded item, we'll just add SI bot in directly. And we'll say 100. We know we want to make 100. And since SI bot is a traded item, we'll drop it straight into finished goods, so that we know that anything in finished goods is ready to be sold or transferred to another site, to another warehouse. I'm sorry. So now we'll hit get items from bill of materials, and we'll pull each BOM in as I made for warehouse stores, and we will say 100. Exploded bill of materials is when the nested BOM, an exploded bill of materials is where the ERPNext lists the sum total of raw materials and whatever components that are necessary to make a particular item. So we're going to use fetched exploded BOM, and we're going to click OK. And so there it is. So we do this 2 more times, one for SI made S and one for SI outsourced. We're going to say 100 again. We're going to, and again. Now it's because there is a one-to-one relationship, if you will, about the input items and the transformed item, that you see 100 over there as well. But if you have a complicated, I just kept it simple while making the BOM. But if you have reality is always a little bit more complicated than that. And what ERPNext will do is will fetch the entire quantity of the exploded bill of materials. It could be fractions, it could be whatever else in there. So that's the that's the part. The required by date hopefully will get automatically populated into the other line items. Yes, it did, as I click on save. And now I'll submit this, and in ERPNext submitted, and draft document is non-actionable. Submitted document is actionable, and it is what hits your accounting ledger and your stock ledgers. So now your vendor management team can keep focusing on this particular screen, material request. There are other reports too that I'll show you later on in a consolidated report section. And then so they can keep looking at this, and there'll be the status over here, and they can pick this up and start ordering these particular things out. Now I know that there are 4 different items, and reality probably dictates that these 4 items are going to be placed, orders are going to be placed on 4 different suppliers. But to make it a little crisper, I mean, once you get an idea, I'm sure you can imagine that this can be done 4 different times. We're going to just place the entire order on a single supplier, and the supplier is already set up. Just click there. Yeah, it's called sells everything, and we just have to add the prices that we wanted to buy, the prices that the scope says is 200 rupees per input item, so I'm going to just put 200. ERPNext does a very good job of GST, but because GST, we're trying to, obviously I have to use some currency, so I've used INR as the currency, but just um, just take my word for it if you can. ERPNext does a very good job of keeping track of GST, your GST payable, and all that kind of stuff. And if I just start adding that, it kind of complicates things, and I just want to leave it non country specific over here. Otherwise, we'll end up making it very convoluted. So that is it. So I have added that, and the warehouse and everything else would be automatically fetched, and I will save and submit this. Like I said, in ERPNext, a saved document, an unsubmitted saved document is not actionable. So now this is actionable. So what we'll do is, like, let's say the supplier has shipped all of these things to you. So you will come here, you will say a purchase receipt is a stock transaction, a purchase invoice is an accounting transaction, and I will show you how you can make both an accounting and a stock transaction in a single transaction. Most organizations have the warehouse function separate from the accounting function, so it really makes sense to do a separate purchase receipt and a separate purchase invoice. But for the purposes of this demo, if you click on this update stock in the purchase invoice, now it becomes what is just an accounting transaction becomes both an accounting and a stock transaction. We're going to drop the, no, we're not going to add any of this in there. Hopefully it'll all be fetched automatically from the purchase order, because the material request had specified the warehouses for each of these particular raw material. So hopefully that whole thing would be automatically fetched. And just to be sure, I'm just going to open it up and see if it indeed is the case. Yes, it is finished goods. I'm just going to open up the next row and ensure that it is stores, because we wanted to drop the raw material in the raw material stores, which is stores dash ROIR. I just want to be sure of that. Yes, indeed. Here you go. This is where you see um, the warehouses are automatically fetched from an upstream document. Now that's what you would expect from a structured data system, and that's what ERPNext delivers pretty well. Right, so now I'm just going to say save, and I'm going to submit this. And as I save it, it should morph into the submit button. The save button should get morphed into the submit button. I don't know why the series isn't fetched automatically. All right, we'll fetch it. So we'll use the standard purchase invoice series. and we'll say save. And as soon as that is done, the saved button morphs into, these are things that says that because it's both a stock and an accounting transactions, there are some default accounting accounts that ERPNext uses. So what this is saying is it's changing it to stock in hand from stock received but not billed, because that is not that is what you end up using, or that's what ERPNext ends up using when you make a purchase receipt and then convert that into a purchase invoice. But because we're doing it all together, I'm just saying that I'm going to directly drop this into the I'm just going to directly I'm sorry, I forgot my train of thought, but it is an important. The I will show this again. The As I submit this, I will show you what we've done is we've set up quite a few of these particular items as serialized and batched items. So what this is saying is like you got to do the serial number and batch part of it. Now, so when I submit the purchase invoice, it'll tell you that two of the items, the RM1 and RM2, have been set up to be serialized items and batched items. So it's saying that you got to enter in the serial numbers and the batch numbers for these two. And to be able to do that, what you got to do is you got to open up the appropriate line item on the stock transaction that you're making. Here, this is both an accounting and a stock transaction, as I already said. You scroll down to the serial and batch bundle list, and you say create new serial and batch bundle, and you're just gonna add a few things. We're gonna say this is in stores, and the type of transaction is inward, and the item code is right, and we're going to use the reference as voucher type is purchase invoice, and we're going to come back here and we're going to click on make serial numbers, and we're going to uncheck this because somehow I couldn't make that work. I've already done a little bit of homework around this. This is kind of new to me, and I do the same homework on Zoho books and inventory as well. So we're just going to open up. I hope this doesn't have anything too important. And we're going to say, we're going to add 1, 2, and we're going to copy this. This is how you add a series in Google Sheets. We're going to leave it at that. That didn't quite work out. Well, I probably just use the I didn't highlight both cells, and that's probably the reason. I will get it now. Mark my words. There you go. Right. So this is necessary to add the serial numbers. It's a little bit of a waste of time for you, maybe. But rather than have it all done and make it look like it's magic, I just wanted to concatenate, and rather than have it all done and just make it look like it's magic, I just wanted to do it in front of you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a 4-digit serial number. So I'm going to put with in ERPNext, you cannot reuse serial numbers. It has to be unique. So I will concatenate the item code with series number, and you can let ERPNext generate the series by itself, but I like to assign serial numbers myself, because that ensures that the people who are making transactions have to think about serial numbers consciously, because getting traceability right, even for a small business, on not just on ERPNext, it's the nature of the beast. On any system, is hard, is pretty hard. So um, if people don't think about it, they're going to do terrible things, and that's not going to serve the organization well at all. So here we go, and I'll say make serial numbers. Hopefully, that'll make all the serial numbers. Yes, it has, and it's added it into the serial and batch bundle. I'll scroll down to ensure. Surprisingly, oh no, no, I'm mistaken. So it's done that. I'm just going to save this, and then I'm going to go back to the. Oh, it took me back to the purchase invoice. So now we have another item that is batched. The second one, this is going to be simpler batch. We're going to put all 100 kg of RM2 onto a single batch, so that's going to make it a little easier to do this serial number and batch bundle for that. So again, we scroll down to the serial and batch bundle and click on this, and we say create a new serial and batch bundle. While doing this, I do want to let you know that this is a little complicated. It's not very intuitive, but getting traceability right is not simple either. And what I hear, ERPNext had a easier way of inputting serial numbers and batch numbers, but they had data issues as an piece of software becomes more and more popular and more people start using it. It becomes um, uh, it- data, and data validity. Data has got to be perfect. If an ERP system cannot do data perfectly, then really there is not much of a there is not much of a um, point in implementing an ERP system. And data integrity issues is something what led ERPNext to put in a fairly robust way of um, managing batch numbers and serial numbers. I had to open up this particular screen, set up the batch number first, because expiry date is something that you can't set up from another document. ERPNext lets you link up a document, and you kind of say that, okay, you need to add a batch number. You can go, it throws you the downstream document. You can complete that, and then as you save or submit the downstream document, it gets you back to the document that you were working with. But there's a little bit of an issue with that. ERPNext does not throw the expiry date. So, and without expiry date, the base document doesn't get completed. And I'm going to take a 6-month expiry date for RM2, and I'm going to save this, and that will hopefully get us back to the serial number and batch bundle. It did, and that is great. And we're just going to add 100 here because that's the quantity in the purchase invoice. These are some of the things that becomes difficult for you. You have to correlate this 100 with the 100 with the quantity for which you're making the purchase invoice, and it's a little difficult for operators to be able to correlate these two things together. You need to be a little bit of a data analyst, and you need to have a good reference to uh, data analysis to be able to do that. and I'm going to add purchase invoice here, and I'm just going to save this, and that'll take us back to the purchase invoice. It didn't, and that's a problem um, with web-based systems. It can only manage document within a wheel within a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. So here's what happened. I got from this screen to the serial and batch bundle, and then from there I went to set up the batch number. I got back to the serial and batch bundle, but uh, that at the end of the serial and batch bundle, it didn't bring me back to the purchase invoice. So now I know that, and so I have used this. I just want to say that I'm recording this video in Lal Bagh, 140-acre oasis in the center of Bangalore, and obviously it's outdoors, it's nice, there's a green canopy behind, as you can see, but there are tourists as well, so there is going to be a little bit of a disruption by tourists. Obviously they're here to have a great time, and I um, wish them a very good time, but that gives you some background noise that I hope you can live with.
हाम्रो दिदी बस्नुहुन्छ अरे हिँड्दा हिँड्दा काबु भयो रे आन्टीलाई यहाँ फोटो खिचिदियो
Right, so we added the serial number and batch bundle and associated with this particular line. So now we can go ahead and save this and submit this document. Hopefully it'll go through. Save and submit. Right, so that went through, and I will show you a few things. We'll open up the the view. I'm going to show you the stock ledger, and the stock ledger will show you that these particular items got inverted. And let's see if I can show you the serial number and the batch numbers. The thing that got a reference here is the serial number and batch bundle, which is the reason why they made it a little easier to report this, and in addition to data integrity. But if I were to show you the batch wise balance history, I shall show you in here. So you can see that I had a free trial for 2 weeks, and I had a little bit of an issue. I had a few priorities because of which I couldn't get this done in a hurry. Hopefully, I hope to be able to finish that in the next this whole recording in the next 1 or 2 days. But otherwise, I'll subscribe, and when I do that, I'll show you how you could subscribe. Obviously, I'm not going to show you my uh, payment details, but I'll show you the rest of how that needs to be, how you can subscribe. Here it is, batch-wise balance history, which is what we are looking at, and here it is, RM1, and you could add in here, add a column, and from the document batch, you could pull in the expiry date and add it after, say, the batch itself, and say submit, and you'll be able to see the expiry date right next to it and store it as per expiry date, ascending, descending, so that you can ensure that you are not uh, sitting with expired products, which basically means it's a loss. You have to write it off. So here it is. Let me see if there is a serial number report. They've changed the serial number. The serial and batch bundle is something which is new. I'm not very familiar with that, so I am. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Serial number and batch, serial number status. Maybe serial number status is the report. Right, so here it is. So this is your serial number status, and it says what are all the serial numbers that are there, which warehouse they are they active, not active, as the case may be. So this is it. So we've done the transaction. We've gotten it into our warehouse. So I will just um, close this sub segment, and we'll pick up this thread very soon again. Thanks for watching. Hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This shootout is with Zoho Books plus Inventory. And this segment of the shootout, we're going to be talking about warehouse setup and making transactions on Zoho Books plus Inventory. So we're going to set up warehouses, main stores, branch stores, and roadshow. We're going to buy and invert SI bot, RM1, RM2, RM3. In another segment or in another sub segment, we're going to do the other part, which is make SI made and SI made S and outsource and get back SI outsourced. But for now, we're going to open up another tab, and over there we're going to say inventory.zoho.in, and we're going to log in using our email ID and password that we used to sign up for Zoho. And just waiting for the sign in option. I am sure it's an easier way to sign in, but I can't seem to see it. Anyway, I'll click on, there it is. The sign in came in a little late, so I log in and use my email ID and password. All you need is a browser, romj@roiretrievers.com. Did I get the spelling right? Yes, I did. And I'm going to enter in my password, and that should get me in. Once I'm in, there is a setting that you have to do. You have to get the right plan for Zoho Books, Zoho Inventory, and I'll show you as soon as this loads up. You have to enable multiple warehouses, and we're going to do that by going to the settings screen. So there is let me see if I can get this in a slightly different angle. There seems to be a halo behind my face, so let me see if I can avoid that. Yep, so that's slightly better. All right, so here we are. So to be able to get to enable multiple warehouses, you got to go into settings, and in settings I will click on general, and that doesn't get me there. So I go to I will just close settings, go back to settings and hit on warehouses, and there is a place where you can enable warehouse, disable multi warehouse. Here's it is. So I'd enabled it as my homework, and So when you don't have it enabled, you'll get this enable multi warehouse. You'll have to come and enable this here, and that will give you the option of having multiple warehouses. And here it is ROI Retrievers as the warehouse, because that's the name of the company I set that up as, and I will change that to main stores because that's what we wanted. Well, why do I do that? I'm not going to do that. And there is something I know, which is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, but we'll come back to that a little later. So we will call this main stores, and country region is Karnataka. Country, sorry, India. India. And state is Karnataka. And I will save that. We will add yet another warehouse called brand stores. India. I'll do a better job of it now. Karnataka. Save. And then I will add yet another house called main stores. Again, India. Karnataka. Well, there's a fly which is kind of buzzing me. I'm trying to chase it away. A little distracted. I'm doing this recording at Lalbagh, 140-acre oasis in the heart of Bangalore, and there are a few distractions. These flies being one of them, the birds that are chirping being the other, the sun that you can see behind my head is another distraction for the video. Well, I'm sorry, this is not main stores, but roadshow. Right, so we have now enabled all warehouses, and the warehouses that we wanted. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go and invert the items that we need to invert, and we're going to do that by closing settings, and then going to purchases. We're going to go to home, and we're going to do purchases. We're going to use purchase orders. There's no purchase order, so we're going to create a purchase order. And there is a vendor, it's called sells everything, that's already been set up. Set up a vendor is very easy. It's not such a great thing to worry about. We will keep this in ROI Retrievers. That is the warehouse as well, right? So we're going to go into warehouses. These are the warehouses that we set up, but we're going to just leave it at the ROI Retrievers. We will use the ROI Retrievers as the raw material store. And we will come here. That's the purchase order number, which is fine, and we will add items. So we will do SI bot, and we will get 100 of those. SI made. And SI made it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to I don't mean to get SI made. Okay, this is how you knock that off. RM1, we'll get 100 of those. Then RM2, another 100 of those. And the price is automatically fetched by Zoho Books, because that's what we'd set up in the item master. In the item master, we said that the cost of this particular item is 200 rupees. So that is it. So we will not take GST. Both Zoho Books and Inventory and ERPNext do GST very well at an acceptable level. So we don't really need to add that level of complexity to this, or that level of that layer onto this. And I would like to leave this shootout at a more generic level that can be viewed by people across the globe. Very ambitious there. And so I will just I will save the purchase order, and then there's a way by which mark is issued. So that's the equivalent of the submit button on ERPNext. So if you click on mark as issued, that means that the purchase order is actionable now. Now, once that particular purchase order is being released, the supplier supplies the items. So you can come here and you can say convert to bill, and you can say purchase invoice number 0001, bill date 30, you want receipt is fine. Now you have to add serial numbers for these. I'm sure you can knock off items that have not been received, and it'll be held against the it'll be accounted against the purchase order. Now we will add serial numbers, and to add serial numbers, I will click on this again. So what we need to do is we need to it's best, rather than put all of that in there, which is very type it out, I'm going to use Google Sheets, and I'm going to pick up an untitled spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet I already have the serial numbers that I wanted to invert, and I'm just going to copy that, and then I'm going to go and paste it over here. Usually when you buy the serial numbers might be supplied by the supplier, would have its own serial numbers if that's how you've worked with your supplier, and it definitely makes a lot of sense to use the same serial numbers there. But over here, because we're doing a demo, I generated my own serial numbers in here. So, and I will save this. So it's fairly easy to do serial numbers, and I will also add batches, and we will put the batch number as RM2-0001. You could add a manufacturer batch number as well, but if you're using the same batch number as what the manufacturer has given, then you don't need to do that. I will put 30-7, a 6-month shelf life of this particular product, and quantity in this 100, and that is done. And RM3 is not a serialized or batched item, so we don't need to worry about that. Neither is SI bought, and you can see that it doesn't say that you need to bring it into you need to add serial numbers or batch numbers over there. Let me see if I can change the warehouse. I can at the item level, which is great, because main stores is the place where we will store all finished goods. So I will drop it straight into main stores, which is exactly what I did for ERPNext as well. And I'll save as open. warehouse cannot be changed in a bill generated from the purchase order. So it says like you have to drop it into the exact same warehouse. So maybe I could have done that in the purchase order itself, and that would have sorted this particular thing out. But since I didn't know enough, we will have to go with the ROI retrievers as the store itself. So this is it. So now if you go into reports, you should be able to see that this particular transaction has resulted in the inventory having gotten in, and that's exactly what it is. RM1, RM2, RM3 are over here. Inventory summary for ROI retrievers. How do I change the warehouse? Customize report, temporary note. Where does it say it's the warehouse? Anyway, we'll figure it out once we have multiple. Once we have multiple. We have products in multiple. We have items in multiple warehouses. So this is it. This is what we wanted to do in this particular segment. So that was fairly quick and easy. Thanks for watching. We'll be back again in another segment of ERPNext Shootouts. Thank you. Bye. Yes, hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This shootout is with Zoho Books plus inventory. In this particular segment or subsegment, we're going to cut to the chase on these particular parts. We're going to make SI made and SI made S. On ERPNext, the outsource is a little intense, and rightly so. And we shall do the outsourcing bit in a separate segment. But for now, we will make SI made and SI made S. So we will open up ERPNext by pointing our browser to the URL on which our instance of ERPNext is hosted. I hadn't logged out, so it's logging me in directly. And when you see that, you just click on that link here and says your user icon on the top right, and click on switch to desk, and it'll get you to ERPNext. It's opening up. Maybe my network is a little slow, and I get a 2-week trial, and I just have 1 day left of this one. So what we have done is we have inverted the items. And let me show you a quick snapshot of what we have done so far. So we've inverted the items that needed to be bought using a purchase invoice, and I'll take you to the purchase invoice. And we clicked on update stock, which made it both a accounting and a stock transaction. This update stock, and we dropped the SI bought into stores, into finished goods, and the other 3 into stores warehouse, because ERPNext comes pre-configured with 4 warehouses: finished goods, stores, a work in progress, and a transit warehouse. So that's what we've done. So what we're going to do is we're going to do SI made and SI made S. SI made is a serialized item. SI made S is not a serialized item. So what we're going to do now to make these particular items is that we're going to open up the stock module, and we're going to go to stock entry, and we have a BOM, so we're going to say add stock entry, and we are going to change this to manufacture. Manufacture, yes, and we will use from BOM, and the finished good quantity is 100, and we'll use the BOM item. We're gonna use SI made. Once we use SI made, we gonna be right, and then we're going to click on get items here, and that'll fetch the items that need to be made, and we will drop this into the finished goods warehouse, because that is the norm that we're going to be following. We're going to put all finished goods into the finished goods warehouse before we send it to other warehouses in there. So that is it. So there are a couple things that we actually need to do. We need to open this up, and we need to use up the serial and batch bundle, and we will have to create a new serialized and batch number. And in here we're going to use so this is the stores part, the inward part. It's going to be a little complicated, and this is outward. I think I'm just going to stumble through this, and then I'm going to open this up. I'm going to pull this over here, open this up, and no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to go back to the serial number and batch bundle. Oh yeah, so we're in the serial number and batch bundle. I'm just trying to find the make serial number button. For some reason I don't seem to see it. We're going to use this here, stock entry, we got that, and we are going to open this up, and we're going to enter this in here. Oh. Should be a make serial number button somewhere. I'm just trying to find that, otherwise it's going to be a little complicated to be able to do that. So let me just save it, maybe. Serial number is mandatory for item code, quantity and weight, serial number and batch. Alright, so we're gonna say download. Entries.csv, yeah, that is fine, and we're gonna open that up, folder. I'm gonna open this up. Serial number, batch number, stores are right. So, and then we're gonna open up. So we just put this in there. One. Well, so this, see this Google Sheets. Actually, this is fairly actually I'm going to be working on this. Let me just open up the other file that I had and just copy it over from there, untitled spreadsheet. So this is the one. Well, managing serial numbers is a little complicated. It's not easy in any system, and I just wanted to show that complexity for people that have to manage serial numbers. And I am going to go in here and I'm going to say paste special values only, and that'll take care of that. And then I'm going to copy this all the way down. Right, and I'm just going to download this as a CSV file and just call it entries upload. And then I'm gonna go into this the serial and batch bundle, and I'm going to say upload, and I'm going to use my device, go to the folder where I put entries, and I'm going to click that. I'm going to leave that as public, and I'm going to try and upload that, and it says table updated. Yes, so that was fairly easy, easier than I thought it was going to be, honestly. And then I'm going to save this. That should take us back to the stock entry. Now I have to do another thing, because SI made is also a serialized item. I have to open that up, and then I have to make another serialized a serial and batch bundle, and I'm going to say create a new one, and that would be in finished goods, and I am just going to work with this entries.csv, the entries Google Sheets, and I'm just going to change I'm going to say Control H, and I'm going to say RM1, replace it with SIM, and I'm going to say replace all, and that is done. And now I am going to save this again, download as a .csv file. Well, wait a minute, before I do that I have to change this to finished goods. So I did that, and now I am going to download this comma separated file. I'm just going to call this entries download 2, whatever you want to call it. It's a free word. And save that, and I'm going to come back here and then say I'm going to move this, use upload, my device, knock off the private, and I'm just going to upload that, and that says updated, and then I'm going to save it, and that'll again get me back to the stock entry. It says okay, you got to do the type of transaction. The type of transaction here is inward, and the reference is stock entry, which is great. And I'm going to say save, and all right, of course you got to make the serial numbers first, and that was the part. Wait, All right, over here is where you make the serial numbers. So it's only for the invert that you have to make serial numbers. Import using CSV files. I'll go back to entries, CSV, entries.google sheets, and then we don't need this now. I think all I need so we're just going to copy all of these, Control C, we're going to click here, say back, and then we're going to say Control V, and we're going to save this again. But let me just copy this. Okay, I copied it, and then I'm going to uncheck this, and I'm going to just copy this over here, and I'm going to say make serial numbers. Now that should hopefully make the serial numbers that were necessary, which is great, and it should also have gotten in the serial numbers in here, which is also great. So I'll try saving it now, and that should take care of it. And once you've done that, you'll use the serial number for both for the inward and the outward items. You're just going to save and submit. And I will show you the stock ledger, and the stock ledger will show that 100 numbers of RM1 got consumed and 100 numbers of SI made got produced. The consumption happened from the store's warehouse, and the finished goods was produced or was dropped into the finished goods warehouse. So similarly, what we're going to do is we're going to make another stock entry for SI made SI made simple. And SI made simple is going to be fairly simple. You don't need to get into the complexity of serial numbers. And we're going to say from BOM, finished goods quantity is 100. BOM, yes, buddy, we're just doing that. Is SI made simple, and get items, and that is dropped in stores, which is absolutely great. And we will drop this into finished goods. And we're going to save it and submit. And that's all to it, because there's no serialized items or batch numbers. You don't need to worry about any of those. So that takes care of it. That's the subsegment. The outsourcing on ERPNext is rightly so. It's a little complicated. I will have a separate slide and come back to that in another subsegment. Thank you very much. Thanks for watching, and bye now. Hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This is Shootout with Zoho Books plus Inventory. And in this particular segment, we're going to be talking about outsourcing on ERPNext. Outsourcing is a little intense on ERPNext because it gives you very good traceability of raw material that is available in vendor warehouses, and it gives you a very good way of being top of things. But basically, if you want to do outsourcing on ERPNext, these are the things that you have to do. I'm going to walk you through each of them as we get on to ERPNext in just a bit. But you got to, the transformed item, called the manufactured item. I don't like to call manufactured item uh, because sometimes it's just a transformation. So the transform item setting, there is a setting that you have to make. The transform item needs to have a BOM. We've already set up the BOM. Service setups, you need to set up a service item for which you do the subcontracting, because you're paying the subcontractor for the services providing while transforming the input item to the transformed item. You need to make a warehouse for vendor if you want to keep track of how much material is there with the vendor. You need to make a subcontracting purchase order, and after that you need to make a subcontracting order. You need to send material to the subcontractor, and you need to receive material from the subcontractor. So what you got to do is you open up ERPNext, you go to the URL on which your ERPNext is hosted. You log in using your email ID and password, your ID and password, and once you're in, I will walk you through each of those steps that uh, I just showed you the Google Slides on. So the first thing you got to do is you got to pick up the sales item outsourced. Pick it up, go to the manufacturing tab, and then say supply raw materials for purchase. So this is when it's like subcontracted to a vendor, and you say save, and that is for the transformed item, not the input item that goes into the transform item. For instance, RM2 is the input item that that goes to the subcontractor, and then SI outsource is the one that comes back from the subcontractor. So this needs to be checked for the item that is coming back, not for the item that's going out. And you say save, and after that, let me just ensure that the transformed item needs to have a BOM. So we will I'll just show you the here is the default BOM. This is the BOM. I just walked you through that. um, the BOM, as I said, uses 1 kg of RM2 to make 1 of SI outsourced. So that is the that is the BOM relationship between the input item and the transformed item. And then what you got to do is you got to set up a service item. So we'll set up a service item now. We'll call it, um, we go to item, and we say add item. uh, we'll use edit uh, full form. You have to knock off, because it's a service item, you got to knock off the maintain stock, and you say subbing cost, right? And let's see, I will say subcontracting cost in the item name, and we call this services. And ERPNext, you have to put in a SAC number, which is what it is for services. So we're going to use labor, and we're just going to save this. Right now, you got to set up a vendor warehouse, a warehouse for a vendor. And the way to do that is to go to the stock module, uh, go into the settings part in the stock module, pick up the warehouse, and the we have one vendor that is already set up. It's called sells everything. So we'll just make a warehouse called sells everything, so that you know that anything in sells everything is for this particular um, supplier. Parent warehouses, all warehouses, account is stock in hand, and we're going to save that. So the warehouse is done. So now we got to do a subcontracting PO. And so what we're going to do is go to buying, go to purchase order, or you could say add purchase order, or you could just go to the awesome bar and say new purchase order, and it'll take you straight to a purchase order. We'll use is subcontracted. We'll click on that, and we will sells everything. And the supply warehouse is also called, is also set up as sells everything. And the target warehouse, we want it to come back and drop into finished goods. So we're going to pick that up. And the item is the subbing cost. And the required by, we will take it as today. And we need 100 numbers of this. And the cost, let us say the service cost of this is, let's say, 20 rupees per item. So we just put the 20 in there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to open up this line, and you have to pick the SI outsourced as the finished good quantity, and the finished good item, and the finished good quantity is 100. Expected delivery date is today. And let me see if there is anything else. If there is a bomb portion or any of those kind of things, TDS, that's okay. Warehouse settings is okay. Yeah, so that should be it. And then we say, we just say save. We're not going to use taxes, though ERPNext does taxes very well. Oh well, I thought I'd put in the supplier. Maybe it got messed up for whatever reason. We'll do it again. We're very forgiving. And we'll save it and submit it. And once the PO is saved and submitted, uh, the supply chain team can pick this up and uh, create a contracting order out of this. And here's where the bomb comes in. And the supplier name, here's the bomb. The bombs are fetched here. And yeah, so that is good. That's enough. And we're going to say save. And wait a minute, let me just go check on the additional costs. Well, this is not sitting in finished goods, so we're going to change this to, wait a minute, let me see where that comes from. And yeah, set subcontracting. Yeah, that is cool. I think that is okay. Set reserve warehouse will be in stores. And so we're gonna come up here, save this, and submit it. So that is done. And now what we do is you click on transfer material to supplier, and the subcontracting order is automatically fetched. And because the subcontracting order has got a connection to the purchase order, that is also set up appropriately. Now the thing that you got to do is, well, this is all a little messed up. We're going to say target warehouse sells everything, and that is good. It's not finished goods. And then source warehouses, of course, stores.roir. And we're going to open this up and come to the serial and batch bundle part. And we're going to add a serial and batch bundle. And the warehouse is stores. And the type of transaction is outward. And the batch number that we're going to use is RM2. That is where it's sitting at. And we're going to use 100 of those. And we're going to save it. And that's going to take us back to the stock entry document, and we're going to submit it. We're going to save the stock entry document, and we're going to submit it. And as we submit it, if it goes through, and it should, there's no reason why it shouldn't, I'll show you the stock ledger. And the stock ledger will show that 100 of these 100 of RM2 got moved from stores to sells everything, which is your vendor warehouse. So now the supplier is going to get to work to it. He's going to take the input item, do his processing or transformation, and he's going to send you back the transformed item. And as the supplier sends you back the transformed item, you go back to the subcontracting order. Always I use the awesome bar, and as I put in a set of choices, ERPNext throws up a very narrow set of choices, and then I look down to find the thing that I want, and I pick up the subcontracting order, and then I say create subcontracting receipt. Um, and then I'm going to come down and accepted quantity, supplier warehouse, accepted warehouse, which is all great. And I'm going to come down in here and pick up a serial and batch bundle, because remember the SI outsource is the batched item, and we're going to use sells everything as the warehouse. The type of transaction is inward. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry, it's not sells everything, it is finished goods, right? And we're going to add a batch here. That batch should already be added, is already in there, and that is unfair. So let me open up another tab, delete that batch, and show you how to create a batch as well. There is a certain amount of complexity in there, and I want to do justice to both the simplicity and the complexities of each of the systems. I don't intend to make it too easy or too difficult, just because I know a few things, or my lack of familiarity with another system. So that is knocked off. So I will come back here, and I will have to put in a batch number. There's no batch, so I'll have to create a new batch, and I will say SIO-0001. Now the item is SI outsourced. Now it would have been nice if I could have got the expiry date right here, but because I don't, and because expiry date is a mandatory field, it won't let me uh, proceed ahead. So we will give an expiry date of 6 months from today, so that'll be 37/2024, and we're going to save this. And as we save this, it's going to get us back to the um, new serial and batch bundle, which is absolutely great, which is exactly what we want. It makes it a little easier for users. But when we save this now, let me just go to the reference and ensure that the reference is picked. Yes, it is picked. We're just going to save this, and yeah, so now you get to the serial and batch bundle, but this is not what you have to do. You shouldn't even submit this right now. So what you got to do is you got to go back to the subcontracting receipt, which is where we started from. But because of a screen within a screen within a screen, there was a little bit of a technology issue, I guess. You can't, a third layer of screen within a screen within a screen doesn't work. So now what I need to do is I need to go to the subcontracting order, and then pick up the subcontracting order again, and say create subcontracting receipt, and do some of these things again, which is drag. Accepted quantity is fine, and I'm going to open this up and get down to the subcontract, the serial and batch bundle, and I'm going to pick the serial and batch bundle that we just did. So that was the part that was missing. If it could have gotten me back to the subcontracting receipt, then it would have been a little quicker, but now there is an additional level of complexity that we have to deal with. Um, and and that is a little hard for users. I am cognizant of that, but more of that in the opinionated segment at the end of this. This is more about showing you the transactions in a very as simple and as crisp a way as possible. And now I will submit this and show you the stock ledger. And the stock ledger will show you that 100 numbers of RM2 got got depleted from the vendor warehouse, and 100 numbers of SI outsourced came in. So this makes it, this completes our whole, manufacturing transformation part on ERPNext. So we have completed all of that, and I'll just show you a quick stock balance report so that you get a sense of what is going on in here. And I shall say generate new report. I am not picked a warehouse, so it will show you all the warehouses. Unless this says that, whoa, you need to select a warehouse. Looks like so. No, it didn't. So let me just walk you through this particular part. So we'll begin with stores. We'll pick stores. Then we'll say generate new report. And so this is what happened. We got in 100 units of RM1, RM2, RM3, but we use that when manufacturing the appropriate transformed products. Let me also walk you through sales everything. Excuse me. And I'm going to say generate new report. Yeah. So this would happen in sells everything. 100 units came in, 100 units went out. Um, when we transformed the raw material or the input item to the vendor, and we got back the transformed item from the vendor. And now we'll go to the finished goods warehouse, and I'll show you that it should have 100 units each of SI bought, SI made, SI made simple, and SI outsourced. And that's what it is. This is exactly what we wanted. It's a little complicated having to work with batches and serial numbers and subcontracting. But in a lot of ways, the complexity is justified because anybody that has to deal with batch numbers and serialized items really needs to have robust traceability, which is the very reason why they're implementing um, batch numbers and serialized items, and that adds a certain amount of complexity. But the requirement of traceability also justifies the robustness that is required from managing batch numbers and serial numbers. More about it in the opinionated segment, but this completes the transformation part of all on ERPNext. And in the next segment, we're just going to do it on Zoho books and inventory. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back soon. Hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This shootout is with Zoho books plus inventory. And in this particular segment of the shootout, we're going to be talking about transforming these particular items. We've done set up warehouses, buy and invert the input materials. So now we're going to make the transform materials. We've done it already on ERPNext. So now we're going to go to Zoho and carry out these tasks. To get to Zoho inventory, open up a browser and point your browser to inventory.zoho.in. And as that page loads up, and my network connection, is a little spotty, I guess. I'm sure Zoho is super fast. So as this loads up, I think for some reason it takes a little longer for the sign-in page to load up. It's going to load up here, right? There you go. So that's the sign-in, and use your ID and password with which you signed up. roiretrievers.com and my password. I mean, I don't know what happened there. So there you go. So it's setting it up. It's showing me that stuff. And in Zoho inventory, the way making an item is through the composite items. So now, so what we do is we go to make those particular items, we go to the item itself. I go to composite items and we pick up an item like as I made, and we say create bundle, and we change the bundling number to auto generated. Continue auto generating. Bun works wonderfully well for me. Quantity to bundle is 100. We add the serial numbers, and the serial numbers are I will managing serial numbers for any structured data system is a little bit of an additional complexity, and you need to deal with that because the reason why you want to make serial numbers and batch numbers is to be able to have traceability, demonstrate traceability either for regulatory requirements, warranty, warranty replacements, or managing warranties for your customers. And that's not so easy to be able to do that. So you need to be able to deal with this level of complexity. So so sales SIM, right? Sounds good. And we're going to copy this across. Sales item made, and then we're going to take the first 100 and copy it and paste it over here, and that's all it takes to input serial numbers in here. And you give it a little bit of time for Zoho to process it and to break it down into individual serial numbers, and there you go. So that is done. Now I am and maybe it's just as simple as saving the bundle, but we will figure that out. There is a message next to it, and I wonder what that is. So main stores, let's go to right. So let's put this to main stores. What is this? I thought I did. Let me do it again. Maybe I didn't save it. Huh. I must have hit this. Yeah, that's what I did. Because the save button scrolls down and I forgot to come and hit save. Yes, so that is taken care of, and I just say save bundle. The serial number bundle cannot be empty. Please enter a valid serial input. This is the inward serial numbers, I guess. So, okay, right here, we're gonna add the serial numbers of these, and over here we're gonna change this back to RM1. Copy that over, and the same thing. Take the 100. And over here, knock it off. And towards the bottom, I have to knock off another 0. I'm sure I messed up the other serial numbers, but that's okay. It's since it was generating the serial numbers, it's not all that important. But consuming serial numbers, it needs to be there in the system, otherwise it's not going to work. I'm going to just click this. I don't think this takes it. I've tried this while taking it in. I mean, on the inward, like consuming serial numbers, it doesn't work. But for um, generating serial numbers, it seems to work wonderfully well. So I will. I mean, barcode. No, this is not main stores. Is there a way I can change it? No, it doesn't look like it. So I'll go back, and looks like we can't drop that into main stores. So we got to go back to ROI retrievers, because that's where we dropped the items. So now we're gonna go back in here, and we're gonna click in here, and we're gonna say Control V and see if that works. That doesn't. So what we got to do, it's a little bit of a pain. They have the barcode scanning option. You got to keep clicking on this, and when it moves to a line, you got to go back. Really not too much of a problem, but imagine having to hit that 100 times. It's a little bit of a drag. It's a mindless thing that you got to do, and I'm just talking about it while I'm doing it. So it's got to be easier than this. Maybe there is an easier way of maybe importing the data. That's going to be super complicated to be able to show you. So I will spend a little bit of your time, and you can listen to my prattle while I am pressing this 100 times to be able to select all the input serial numbers for this bundling, and that's what it's called on Zoho inventory. It's called bundling for this bundling activity. So I have to select all the input serial numbers for the bundling activity. And I'm going to save this. and there is a labor cost involved. Labor 50, and since this is an in-house activity, I'm just going to change this to cost per unit. I'm just going to change it to 0.1. Okay, so that does it. And now I will say save bundle. Bundle has been created. And so I'm not 100% sure. I've done this homework a while ago, and I don't know how that's going to work. So let's go to the reports and see the inventory part of it and see if this resulted in consumption of RM1, which did quantity out, and a production of SI made, which is 100, um, which is great. Stock in hand is 100 in here. So that's it. So now all I got to do is to go back to the composite item or composite items, depending on which part of the world you're from, and go to composite items, and we will use SI made simple. SI made simple is the same. It does the neither the transform material nor the input material or batched or serialized. So that is good, and so that makes it a lot simpler. And we're going to change this to 0.1 again. The only reason we need this is like that's the only way you can create a composite item on Zoho Books. You have to have two items at least to make a composite item. Two input items, I'm sorry. So bundle has been created, that's done. And now we're going to do the SI outsource. In SI outsource, there is no way of sending this. So let me try and do that. Let me see if there is a way that I can do. And I think the only way, it doesn't seem to be a way of transferring items from one internal warehouse to another internal warehouse. Only way to be able to do that is to do quantity adjustment. Click to item, and there is a warehouse name in here, so it's going to be a little complicated. And then because of the fact that it's going to be so complicated, I don't think it's a good idea to, maybe I can show that how to do some of these particular stuff and how to track inventory that goes from a manufacturer or the outsourcing company to the outsourced company, gets transformed there and comes back. That whole tracking, traceability, if you will. But for now we will just use the composite items, and we'll finish the bundle up there. The only thing we will do, I think, is to add the service. So we're going to add a batch. This is SI outsource, so we're going to call it SIO-0001, and the manufacture date is today, and we're going to give it an expiry of 6 months from today, so 24. And the quantity in, we're going to make that 100, and we're going to save it. And now I didn't get that. Wait a minute. So it's probably over here, and that is the part. So we're going to add this here, and now we're going to add the batches, and that'll work out fine. SIO-001, it said there was a quantity mismatch between what you wanted to do and what you what's in the bundle document and what's in the batch document. So and that's all it was, a fairly simple thing to correct. And I changed that. So bundling date is good, and I'm going to scroll down, get into the batches, and we're going to use this batch. We're going to use 100, all of it. And so that was fairly simple. And we're going to change this to 20. The cost of outsourcing, let's say, is 20 rupees per unit. We're going to change that to 100, and we want to say save bundle, and that should take care of that whole thing. However, you need to do a separate purchase order for the supplier, and that's all done, and quite separately. And over here you have to make a purchase order, and that purchase order and this bundle is not going to be connected in any way. So it's kind of like a lot of it's a um, I mean, I don't want to provide my opinions here, because that's not what this particular segment is for. This particular segment is just to record how to do things. But I'll stop my ranting, and I'll come back and redo that. Now, I'll talk about it. My opinions in the opinionated segment. As you can see, I did. I was too distracted, and I did the SI made S bundle. I just did it for one item when I should have done it for 100, but that's okay. I think we can just go back to the same inventory. It's all my mistake. It's got nothing to do with the Zoho books. So don't blame. I don't want to blame Zoho books for uh, my problems. I can make 99 here. I should have come and changed that particular thing to 99, and I will scroll down to see this, and I don't even know if I changed the cost over there. Anyway, if I didn't, again, it's my mistake. The bundle has been created, so now I go back to the report section, and I will show you the inventory summary, and that should show all 100. All the input items have been consumed, and the sales items have been produced. So this is how it is. So we're done with this particular part of the segment. We'll come back and do the next part, which is to transfer the sales items into different warehouses and do sales through on each of those particular warehouses. But that is in another segment, and I hope to catch you there soon. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This particular shootout is with Zoho Books and Inventory. And on this segment of the shootout, we're just going to transfer sales item to warehouses. We're going to transfer 25 numbers each of SI bought, SI made S, and SI outsourced to main stores, branch stores, and roadshow. The three warehouses, main stores, branch stores, and roadshow, is from where we're going to make sales. And just a quick recollection, we've already manufactured SI made S, and SI outsourced, and we've bought SI bought. So we're all set to do the transfers. So without further ado, we're first going to do this on ERPNext. So let me cut to the chase and get to ERPNext. And I'm going to say ROI reverse at ERPNext.com. And I'm going to go in. There's my free trial subscription. I got a 2-week free trial. It might expire today, or it might already have expired. We will see as we log in, and we will deal with it. So it ends in 1 day. So let me continue. We'll just see what happens if it ends. and or do you have an option of renewing it after your free trial is ended? We'll check that out. All right, so now I just take you to the stock balance report on ERPNext. Right, and I'm just going to say generate new report, and you will see all the items that are there. And over here I'm going to make this finished goods, because that's where we are storing all of finished goods, and you can see that all these items are there stocked up and ready to be sent to the sales warehouses, 100 numbers each of that. So what we have to do now is we have to send 25 numbers each of these to the 3 warehouses. So to be able to do that, what you got to do is you got to come here and you can open up a stock entry, and you can add a stock entry, and the stock entry type is material transfer. And if you want to make separate maybe some cash that was in there, I don't know why, you have those things already populated. So if you want to make 3 separate entries on ERPNext, you could use the default source warehouse, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do over here is I am going to in each of these cases, sorry for stopping in mid-sentence, but in each of these cases the source warehouse is always finished goods, just that the target warehouse could be main stores, brand stores, and roadshow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this as main stores, and SI bot. We're going to take 25 numbers of these. We're going to add another row. We're going to put main stores in here. SI made 25. So what this is saying is like, hey, you want to you want to take do you want to put the serial numbers in there? So what I'm going to do is I am going to not fetch it based on FIFO, not on, well, there is a little bit of a complexity to traceability. For simplicity, maybe I should just use FIFO, but or maybe I can just add the serial numbers, and the serial numbers it's kind of automatically fetched over there. Now if I don't want this to auto fetch, right, I can close this off, and then I can open this up, and then I can put in the serial numbers that I want to put in, and there will be the serial and batch bundle, and I just do want to see how the serial and batch bundle works out to be, because we are talking about right, so we are talking about material transfer, the type of transaction, inward, outward, maintenance, asset repair. Well, we'll put that as outward. What the heck? And we go to SI bot. SI bot has got no serial numbers, so this is SI made. Well, I am kind of like, we're going to start all over again. We got a little confusing in there, so we're going to start again. So we have to make a stock entry to transfer. So I am going to say new stock entry. Now we're going to start all over again, and I'm going to reload. Right, so I am going to go to stock, pick up stock entry, and add a stock entry. But still, there's some cash in there, and I'd probably clear the cache on my browser. I'm going to put the material transfer, and I'm going to say default warehouse, source warehouse is always going to be finished goods. Now, if I use main stores or brand stores or roadshow, let me do that. Let's put this into brand store first. Because then it becomes easier and I don't need to, and I'll show you a way. I don't need to make that many number of entries. I'm sorry, I don't talk very explicitly. Trying to get better with that. 25 and finished goods, brand stores, SI made. Now it's going to say auto fetch. Now, let me see what happens if I hit on edit full form. New serial and batch bundle. So we're going to use this. SI made. That is right. And we are going to say. There must be a few of those, right? So I've already have some of the CSV files when I did work yesterday. So I'm just going to use one of those. Let me see what this is. RM1. That's not what we are looking at. We are looking at one of the other ones. Probably this. Yeah, SI made. Alright, so we're just going to take the first 25. There's some problem. Bottom isn't working for some reason. Okay, so we're going to knock this off. Okay. Alright, so you got to save this as Google Sheets with just like a bit of a drag. We will do that. Save it as Google Sheets, and that's the reason why I couldn't do all of that. All of using Control N to get to the end of the document. That's what I was trying to do. So now, yes, it works fine. I got to remember that Google doesn't like delete. Google doesn't like you to work with generic documents and expects you to do Google Sheets. Fine, we'll play by their game. And now we kind of download and say comma separated values. And I don't mean to repeat myself in every segment, but it is a little complicated to manage serial numbers. And the reason why you want to do serial numbers is because you want to have good traceability. And traceability is very important from a variety of reasons, from regulatory reasons, warranty replacement, a whole bunch of, it could also be a competitive differentiator for organizations if they manage it well. Managing, so with all of that, there comes a layer of complexity that is simply unavoidable. If you don't want to have that complexity, manage serial numbers and batch numbers manually. And I know that's not the greatest of things to do. We'll say outward, reference, stock entry, right? Type of transaction outward, reference the kind of document was stock entry. That was good. So now we go back to the stock entry, and that stock entry would have gotten messed up, and let us start all over again, right? So that's the problem, and for some reason, ERPNext keeps throwing the some document at me, and it's forcing me to work with the options that are thrown at me, and I shall not succumb. I shall beat my own path. So here we go, brand stores, and SI bought, excellent, SI made. Let me just add the SI made simple first, because that doesn't have any complexity of serial numbers or batch numbers. And obviously I gotta say 25 here, 25 here, and then scroll down, add another row, and then now we get into the complexity but it's fairly simple. We've already addressed most of the complexity. So we will knock this off. We don't need that. And we will say 25 here, and we will open up this line by clicking on the edit on the last column of that row. Go to the serial and batch bundle part, and then pick the serial and batch number that we just saved, and that's the one. And how do you know that's the one? Because I just did that. How do you really know that's the one? Have another tab and ensure that's the correct one. I know it's not very easy when on the floor, when people are making a gazillion entries and they are having a whole bunch of interruptions happening from the floor. It's not easy. As I outsourced 25, so we just add a batch number right here. Yeah, that's kind of easy to do that. Right, so we will put 25 in here and say add batch numbers, and I'll do something over there. And now that's all done, and it did manage that particular complexity fairly well. I'm sure if I open this up and if I go to the serial and batch bundle field, it's already done the serial and batch bundle and also populated that into this particular line. So that is great. So now all I have to do is submit this particular document. Now this is the problem. SI serial and batch bundle SA does not belong to SI made or warehouse finished for OIR or stock entry number, material number, so and so. Oh really? Well, looks like I have to open up another tab, and that's the best thing to do when you're working with multiple screens. You can have as many tabs open as you want, or as your computer will let you have. I will put this up. That's the reason. Outward, so we will say finished course and save it. Hopefully now. Alright, buddy. So when you see that error, which is to say that there is a early version or a later version of the document available, so you just clear cache by clicking on your name from the home screen and doing a reload. You can also hit this particular button to clear cache at any given moment in time. And yeah, well, so I have to go to the serial and batch bundle and pick this up, change it to finished goods. Well, that is good. So that is done. So now maybe this will go through without giving me trouble, and it did. So so that the brand store. So now I will show you the stock ledger entry here, and you will see that 25 moved out of finished goods and into brand stores, which is exactly what we wanted. And this is the voucher from the stock ledger. You can click on it, you can come back to this, come back to the entry that led to that particular stock ledger entry, and then I will say duplicate, and I will finished goods, brand stores, and then what we're going to do is we're going to change this to the next store, the default store. Finished goods and go to main stores, and right, so we got that. So now the only thing that we have to do is to open this up and then change the serial and batch bundle. Right, so we come back here and we say make a new serial and batch bundle, and we use finished goods as the warehouse. You can't use the same serial numbers because those serial numbers are now sitting in brand stores, and the serial numbers that are left in the finished goods is what we have to work with, and that we know is from 26. And we will come back here. Let me just take this and just copy it from here, 26 to 50. Sorry, it's a little sunny out here, as you can see, and I can't see my screen too well. You all say go to dark mode. Well, somehow I kind of, somehow I can't seem to do that very well. I can't seem to work very well with dark mode. Actually, you know what? I never tried it. Maybe I got to try it before I start having opinions about the dark mode. But how do I say that? I don't think turning on dark mode is going to save the planet for all of this. It needs a lot more intervention than those small little things. I mean, we feel nice, we feel good about it, and I think that is okay, and nothing wrong with that. But we cannot rest on it. We cannot rest saying that, oh, I turned on the dark mode, oh, the planet has got a brilliant future ahead of it now, and all that. Yeah. So in addition to the yarn I give you guys on ERPNext, you're now forced to listen to my philosophy about the planet and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so I'm going to save this. Alright, type of transaction. You're right, I need to say the type of transaction. and I need to ensure that the reference document is the stock entry, and that is done. And now we shall save it, and that got us back to the stock entry. And we're going to open this up, and we're going to do a serial batch bundle, another one, and we're going to say create a new serial and batch bundle, and that is SI by outsourced is fine. The item SI outsourced is fine. The warehouse finished goods is good. Type of transaction is outward. I'm going to pick SI 001 as the batch, and I'm going to save this. That's going to get us back into the once it's saved, we're going to get us back into the stock entry, and now the stock entry is ready to be submitted. Here you go. I'll say save and submit. Right, so I'll show you the stock ledger. You will see that 25 got moved out. We'd already moved 25 out of finished goods into brand stores, so now we moved another 25 from finished goods to the main stores. So we have 50 of these particular items left in finished goods now, and both main stores and brand stores now got 25 each of these particular items. Now I'll click on this voucher again and then do another duplication, and I will do the same stuff that we did, and we're going to go into default warehouse and change the default warehouse to finished goods, default source warehouse into finished goods, and default target warehouse into roadshow. And we are going to do the serial and batch bundle. Have to do another one. Create a new serial and batch bundle. As you can see, this green canopy, and I keep saying, I am doing this recording at Lal Bagh, 140-acre oasis in the heart of Bangalore. And Lal Bagh is a big tourist attraction in Bangalore. It's a botanical garden. It's a beautiful place. And I stay very close to, my home office is very close to Lal Bagh. So I just thought it would be a lot more cool if I kind of come out here and do my recording. But as I do that, there is a certain amount of ambient noise. I hope you can forgive that. I hope you can enjoy it. I will present it to you in completely unfiltered, unrevoked glory. Alright, so finished goods, type of transaction is outward, and so we are going to do an upload, and to do an upload we come in here. Actually we go in here and we take, the real way to manage serial numbers is through bar scanning, having labels of the serial number and the batch number on the container on which those things are stored, container or the box or whatever, and to scan that particular thing in, because it's very hard to get serial numbers and batch numbers right otherwise. Now I am going to be having a separate segment, a separate video on traceability and the implications of that on an ERP system and on the shop floor. So wait for that. Alright, so now we did this, we added this. Now we're going to download to comma separated files, and we are going to change this to, that's a lot of work, 5 and save it. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to go to this tab, say upload, and point to this file we just saved. And I'm going to knock off this private. Private means that only you can access those files, and this is like nothing supremely confidential about what I'm doing in here, so I'm going to just knock that off. Right, so that is done, and I'm going to save this, and we have to do the same thing with the SI outsourced, and I'm going to open up this line, scroll down to the serial and batch bundle, and I'm just going to add that in. I'm going to say create a new serial and batch bundle, and this will be finished goods, and this batch number is great, type of transactions outward. I'm just going to add the batch number in directly. I'm going to change this to 25 quantity, and yes, and that's it. I'm going to save, and it'll take me back to the stock entry. I'm going to scroll up, save the stock entry document, and as I save it, that saved document, something happened to my connections. My mobile phone, whoa, it's kind of like overheating. It's out in the sun. It's so hot. I don't know why it did that. You gotta wait a while. Yes, I gotta move to a. I gotta move to a cooler place, and I'll do that just after, because the segment is coming to an end. Right, so I'm going to save it, and I'm going to submit. Bangalore's got perhaps the best weather in the world. Yeah, I'm a biased Bangalorean, but this is about the time it starts warming up. So Bangalore's always, they say it's very temperate, doesn't get too hot or too cold, but Bangalore is always, it's a little warmer and a little cooler than what the temperature suggests. Anyway, so that is it. We've done, just to summarize, we've done all the transfers. So we've taken 25 numbers each of SI bot, SI made simple, and SI outsourced, and transferred it to the various transferred it to main stores, brand stores, and roadshow. So now I just spend a quick moment showing you the stock balance report, and I shall say finished goods, stores. Well, let me just say generate new report. And now the initiated. Okay, so maybe it's done. Actually no, so let me hit the, it didn't generate the new report, so let me do it again. Let me click on it again. Let me hit this button here, reload this whole thing, and then let me try it again. Generate new report. Delete and generate new. Let me just stop that and go to prepared reports. Prepared report list. go to prepared report list. I'll show us, yeah, it's got completed. So I'll click on this and I will say show report. So ERPNext does this to be able to manage resources appropriately. You don't want to slow people down, those kind of things. So here it is. So you have all of these in brand stores, and roadshow, 25 numbers each. And because we've transferred 25 numbers to these warehouses, the finished goods warehouse, which is where we stock the the finished goods, it's got only 25 of those particular things left. That's the balance that is in there. And then how do you see that? You click on finished goods and you will see that it's got 25 each of these. So that is it. We've completed this particular section for ERPNext. We just get on to doing the same thing on Zoho right after this. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back soon. Yes, hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This shootout is with Zoho Books and Inventory. And on this particular segment of the shootout, we're going to transfer sales item to warehouses. We're going to transfer 25 numbers each of SI Bart, SI Made, SI Made S, and SI Outsource to main stores, brand stores, and roadshow. We've already done it on ERPNext. So now we're going to do those same transactions on Zoho. To get to Zoho Inventory, just open up your browser and click on inventory.zoho.in. Wait for the sign in button to show up. Click on it and enter your email ID or user ID and password. And next, and that'll take you to the password. And that is it. So we are in here, and I just take you to the inventory summary report that will and show you that we already have um, we already have yeah, here's the report. What am I looking for? The inventory summary, and that will show you that we have 100 numbers each of quantity in, committed stock, quantity out, available for sale. So here in this particular line, you will see that we have 100 numbers of SI Bart, SI Made Simple, and SI Outsource. So now what we need to do is we need to transfer um, 25 each of these items into main stores, brand stores, and roadshow. Those warehouses already been set up, so now I'm going to try and figure out how to do the transfer on Zoho Books plus Inventory. Let me kind of come back to this by doing a little bit of research, and I'll come back onto this particular segment. Yes, I figured it out. So what you got to do to transfer is to open up the inventory part and then click on transfer orders and say new, and I will say generate the transfer order, or to generate this particular number transfer order. That is good. So we will say source warehouse is ROI retrievers, destination warehouse is branch stores, main stores, and we will add the items. SI bot, 25 numbers, and then SI made simple. I'll just get rid of the easier ones, and I'll add another 25. And now we will go to the harder ones. As I made, and now we have to select serial numbers, and we will open up the document, go to the docs, pick up the first bit, which is the serialized items here, and we will control C, copy that, and just paste it, and just paste it, and just paste it over here. Well, actually, you can't do that. So what you got to do, a while outward, so you got to pick up these particular things um, very one by one. And there's a lot of changes over here as well. In the way I've set up the inventory is not good. So I'll just pick the first 25 I get. Okay. Otherwise, it's just going to be too complicated because I'll have to. Otherwise, I'll show you what I have to do. I have to, right. So if I don't want to do that, then I have to go SIM0002 and pick it up and go to 0003 and so on and so forth. So that's going to just be a drag. So we're just going to pick the first 25. There is a complexity in doing this. It's not quite simple. And my separate module on traceability on structured data system is going to cover the complexity, what traceability is all about and how to get it right and when to turn it on. And that's very important. You got to know when to turn it on because traceability is got to, in every system, turning on traceability is very simple. It's just a button, but that creates a phenomenal um, problem on the shop floor. So is there some way I can change this? No, I cannot. So what I got to do is I got to change this to 25 here. And then I got to add this, select serial numbers. Sorry about that. So we'll just do that again. So you get to listen to more of my yarn about various things in the world. Yeah, so traceability, and since we have time, traceability is like you can't just put whatever comes in here, which is what an operator is going to do, unfortunately. Uh, the serial number is going to be marked on the item that is being transferred, every item that is being transferred. And what you got to do is you got to ensure that physically the serial number that is moving is the one that is entered in here. Otherwise, you'll have mismatches and you'll have chaos, and you will have no. You'll be in a worse place than before. Uh, I thought I did. I didn't. I think I just want to keep talking to you guys, and I keep making these mistakes while I select this. No, it's kind of like a little. I'll tell you where the problem is, and I've done it once already. So you add this, and then the save button moves off the screen, and like any ordinary user or normal user, I should say, what I would do is I look in here, nothing to do, then I got to click outside and then say save, and that'll take care of the. Okay, that's easy. We'll add another one, and we will click outside and we'll say save. Right, so there you got 25 serial numbers. It's a little bit of a as I keep saying, any system that you use is going to be stressful for everybody, for the shop floor, to turn on traceability. So you got to be very smart about whether you want to be able to do that. So there is a destination branch reference. I don't understand this, so I will put in SI-0001 and see what happens with this. It seems to be okay, and then we will say initiate transfer, and that got transferred. Now we go to the inventory summary. There is no concept, as far as I know, there is no concept of a stock ledger on Zoho books and inventory or Zoho inventory, and this is the one that I think uh, that I that I think works. And over here, there isn't a, there isn't a there isn't a warehouse function in here at all. So let me see if I can find another report that has got the warehouse function. Let's say stock summary report, committed inventory valuation summary, inventory aging summary, batch details report, warehouse report. So let's see what the warehouse report is all about. Right, so this is the warehouse report. It's the equivalent of the stock ledger uh, by by item over here, and that's what this is. This is not the report that we're looking at. Let me see, stock summary report. The stock summary report doesn't have the warehouse information. Let me I hit the warehouse report. Yes, I did. Yeah, so anyway, let me take you to use the warehouse report, take you to SI made, and now you will see that the main stores for stock in hand. So if you look at stock in hand, now what happened with that? So there's something that I did. So let me go back to the transfer order and see if there is something that I got to do in there. Maybe it's a transit, the transit concept. So it's sitting in transit. Yeah, that is it. It's sitting in transit. So now what I got to do is I got to somewhere say mark is transferred, and that will take care of it, hopefully. And now if I go back to the reports and look at the warehouse report, that should show not RM1, RM2, but let's look at SI BART. SI BART has got 25 in the main stores. So this is how you do it. So we just replicate this particular thing again for the other two warehouses, and I'm going to try and do that as quickly as I can, because there is a tourist here and he's talking. I mean, I don't mean to blame him. I'm just saying it. He's talking at the top of his voice. Hopefully, my microphone is going to filter this out. But if it doesn't, please do work. Please do bear with me on this one. So we will pick it up from ROI retrievers. We'll drop it into brand stores. So we're going to take SI BART, and we're going to take 25. Take 25, and we're going to put SI made, and we're going to make that 25. We're not going to make the same mistake again. We'll make new mistakes, huh? And we'll go in here and start picking the first 25. So let's look at the first one, SIM00031. So now on I'm sorry, on Zoho inventory, you're saying that we are transferring SIM0031. Now, the physically, and then each of these particular items will have the serial number etched on it, or a barcode, barcode um, pasted on it. So the 31 serial number is actually got to move from main stores into branch stores. And if it doesn't, something else moves, then your whole report is going to be in a total mess. And there's really going to be not much of a advantage of turning on batch numbers and serial numbers if you don't have a good system of ensuring that what moves physically is what is reflected on the system that you are working with. Anyway, all of that and more in the traceability video that we will have soon. And 25, and we will add SI outsourced here. I will select batches. We will add 25 here first. I will pick a batch. I will call it the same batch. So this was the one about duplicate batch numbers, whatever it says in there. And we'll say save. And we will say initiate transfer. And click on mark as transferred, which we didn't last time around. And that is it. So that has done the transfers. So now we're going to do another one. Is there a way of duplicating this particular document? Let me see. I'll copy this and say, let me see if I can open it and then duplicate a document, because ERPNext lets you duplicate a document. No rhyme or reason that every system's got to do it. Oh yeah, clone. Clone is the equivalent here. ROI retrievers is right. Now we're going to go into the roadshow, and we're going to add this, and we're going to have to pick 25 of the serial numbers. So we're going to pick this up and press this 25 times. I know, a little bit of a drag, but managing traceability, as I keep saying, has its overheads. And when you need traceability, it's worth the overhead. It's when you mindlessly turn on traceability without really analyzing as to whether you really need to turn on traceability on a structured data system is when you get into all kinds of problems as an organization, and why a structured data system on an ERP implementation fails for organizations, because the level of complexity that traceability entails is huge. It's really huge. So that is it. So we will say initiate transfer, and that is done. And we will mark as transferred. I will go back to the warehouse report, and I'll be able to show you in the warehouse report that the transfers have had their impact on right. So here you go, stock on hand. You can see that it's good there. 25 everywhere, because we had 100 to start with on main stores or ROI retrievers, and then we transferred 25 each to the three other stores. So that letters that meant that we have 25 left in the main store now. I'm sorry, in the ROI Retriever store. So it's got 25 everywhere, which is exactly what we wanted. So that concludes this particular segment. So we've been able to make the transfers on Zoho Books and inventory as well. Thank you for watching, and we'll be back soon. Hello, 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 and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This shootout is with Zoho Books plus inventory. And in this segment of the shootout, we're going to be invoicing customers from the 3 warehouses that we've set up. The brands, main stores and brand stores, which will cater to B2B customers, and Roadshow is a counter sales warehouse, or a counter sales warehouse at a sales event, like a roadshow or exhibition or something like that. So without further ado, we're going to do these transactions on ERPNext first in this segment. So let me cut to the chase and get to ERPNext. And I need to warn you that my 2-week trial on ERPNext is expired as I log in today. So we have to see what are the consequences of that expiry, and how easy and how hard is it to be able to revive an expired account. And that's what we're getting to. And reset password, addresses, edit profile, manage your apps, no active sessions. So let me see if I log into my email ID, whether that will give me some suggestion of what is going wrong. Well, it's not anything to worry, because this part of the segment of ERPNext is all about making the sales invoices. So we've done all the important stuff on ERPNext already. Yeah, you're welcome to see all the spam mail that I get. I'm trying to, it says refresh again, so let me refresh. Okay, refreshed. Seems to be working fine. And let me hit this again to see if I can get to, yeah, yes, the various accounts. So my account is ramj at roiretrievers.com. Let me log in. Let me see if there is a link from link in my inbox about how to subscribe to my expired trial. I haven't accessed this. It was just a dummy email I set up to show the SaaS version of ERPNext, and I wanted to do this demo on the SaaS version of ERPNext, but I don't mind subscribing now if my network allows me to do that. Seems to be fine. Let me move it a little and see if that helps. Looks like it does. Right, so looking at inbox, Team Frappe, Zoho Books Trial, help us improve experience, Google Workplace. No, there doesn't seem to be a way to manage my account, which is very surprising. Okay, my account, that is my account. It's just got reset password and other desk. And let me see if I can switch to desk and see what happens in there. Okay, that's what it was. It says your trial ends in -1 day. So maybe I don't need to worry about that particular part. And if it does end and it doesn't give me access, I'll be in trouble. But that is okay. So anyway, so what we've done is just quickly take you to the stock balance report. That was false alarm stock balance, and I'll show you quickly that subscription expiring is a false alarm. I'm sorry, I kind of have, I'm still getting better at this. I'll continue to get better at this, simply because there is so much scope for me to get better at this. So here we go. Just going to click on generate report and show you that we have 25 numbers each of SI bought, SI made, SI made S, and SI outsourced in each of these particular warehouses, which is main stores, branch stores, and roadshow. Plus, there is another 25 reserve in the finished goods warehouse where we stock things. And this is not showing. All right, so now you have that. So here you go. So if you were to look at SI bot, and I'll just walk you through. I'll just walk you through the one of the items SI bot. So there you see. So you have 25 each. I did a little bit of homework on a transaction. So that is the 24 that you see. So now we're going to jump into the transaction and see if I can show you the transactions that we need to make. So typically when you look at a B2B order, which is what main stores and brand stores is all about, there are multiple ways of doing a transaction on ERPNext. You can go in here and you can make a sales invoice, and I'll walk you through each of them. And because of perpetual inventory being turned on, you get a live balance sheet and a live profit and loss account. Obviously, it may not be complete, but then you get to see what is going on. So you can click on sales in. So to make an invoice, you can click on and make a sales invoice. This is the one that I made yesterday while doing my homework on counter sales because it's a new configuration on ERPNext. I'm not very used to version 15, and we will set up a new customer called buys everything. Anything you make, you can go dump it on this particular customer. Buys everything. Like we have a supplier that sells everything, we have a customer that buys everything. You can add addresses, you can add contacts, all of those things. So that's not a big deal. You can set up the payment terms so that the payment due date is automatically fetched by ERPNext. And the payment terms is set in the customer master. And here you go. And if you click on update stock, it becomes both an accounting transaction and a stock transaction. And you can put SI outsourced one number. You gotta pick a batch. You gotta pick you gotta pick a batch, and I'm just gonna add a batch in here. There's only one batch. You're not looking at stores, excuse me. Yeah, so we are. How do I change the stores? Here is where I change the stores. Maybe I could have changed the stores right there, and I didn't need to get out of that particular screen. But anyway, since I'm here already, I'm just going to change the stores here. And you got to open up the stock details, and you will see the stores here. And I will change that to main stores. So we'll make the first this thing from the main stores. And we will go to the pick serial batch number. And all right, we are in, and this is the batch, and that is good. And we will add the batch number. Then the serial and batch bundle, which is a complicated layer on the top of version 15, or maybe it's even in version 14 of ERPNext, got automatically set up, so that makes it a little easier, which is great. Now I'll add SI made because that's a serialized item, and that's again going to be a little complicated. And 500, it should have prompted me to enter the serial number. I don't know why it didn't do that. There you go. This is just a little slow. So now let's try and see if you can change this here to main stores. and pick a serial number. You can pick any, you can pick anything you want, but if you don't want to pick 36, you can pick anything else that is available over here. You can say, okay, I'm going to pick 31, and you say add serial numbers. And now we will add two more. SI made S, which is neither uh, serialized nor batched, and SI bot, which is just a bot, is just a bot item. It's a traded item. It's neither serialized nor bot. And you have all the prices being fetched from the warehouse. You can add discounts either at the item level, or you can add discount at the transaction level based on net amount, gross amount, all of those particular things. And you can add taxes, and it does taxes wonderfully well, GST, and the tax template is set up in such a way that it can be configured for almost any tax regime across the world. Um, so, so that is how you would do that. And I have already checked on update stocks. So now this is going to be both an accounting transaction and a stock transaction. I'm going to say save. And once it's saved, I'm going to say submit. And once it submits, I'll show you both the stock and the accounting ledgers. Yeah, so I didn't change the warehouses for the other two items. I thought that that would get automatically changed to, well, there is an easier way of doing that. So I'm struggling with this. And I'll show you how to do it the easier way. You just come in here and you say main stores. And you say save, and you say submit. Well, supposed to save, and yes, and as it saves, the save button morphs into a submit button, and you can submit. And as I keep saying, in ERPNext, only a submit button is going to uh, hit your only a submitted document, I'm sorry, is going to hit your accounting ledger and your stock ledger. So let me walk you through the accounting ledger first. So the accounting ledger, so this is a fairly decent thing that ERPNext does. It charges 2,000 rupees to the debtors, 2,000 rupees it's booked to the income account, which is sales dash ROIR. The cost or the inventory valuation of the four items was 820 bucks. So that got depleted from the stock in hand. That's the credit entry that you see here. And that automatically, because of double entry bookkeeping, moved to the cost of goods sold. So in effect, you would be able to see right from here that the 2,000 rupees that you have here as your income account versus 820 you have against your cost of goods sold, you're making a gross profit of 1,180 rupees, right? So this is the great thing about any structured data system, including ERPNext. And when you turn on perpetual inventory, this is one of the great things that you get. You get a live balance sheet and live P&L. So that was about the general ledger. Now I'll take you to the stock ledger and show you the effect of that particular entry on the stock ledger. As you would have expected, one unit of each of these got depleted from main stores, because that's where we pointed the sales invoice to, and it gives you what is the balance left in each of these particular stores. So this is what it is. The same thing, the concept, I'm sure you understand. The concept works exactly the same way for for the other stores as well. You just change the you just change the stores, you just point the stores to a different place. I will show you that particular thing. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do typically what happens in an organization is that you have the stores people who are supposed to um, have the item packed and ready for pickup by the logistics people, either internal or external, and they make the stock transaction, and then the accounts team makes the accounting transaction. So to be able to do that, and we'll pick a different to um, a different warehouse this time. We go to stock and we pick delivery note. Delivery note is pure accounting transaction. I'm sorry, it's a pure um, stock transaction. But because we've turned on perpetual inventory, there is accounting impact of the delivery note as well. And I'll walk you through that particular thing. So we'll add a delivery note. I will do the same thing, which is to we'll kind of like dump this thing on sells everything as well. Okay, I'm sorry, buys everything. I got confused with the supplier. And we will add here's this no concept of update stock, because a document delivery note will update stock without, you don't have an option on that particular thing. We'll pick as I outsourced. I take one number, the batch number is going to come in, and we're going to point this to brand stores. All right, and we're going to, so the batch number got picked automatically. You could always go and change that particular thing. And we will add SI made. Let me set the source warehouse here so that it becomes a little easier. Brand stores is where we are pointing this particular document to. And now I will have it SI made here, and we'll say quantity one number, and that's going to come up and ask me to pick the serial number. It's a little slow today, middle of the week, I guess. Wow, let me didn't. Can you believe that? Yeah, there it is. You got that. Are we going to pick this particular thing, whatever that ERPNext suggests here? You can always go and change that, as I showed you in the previous document, in the sales invoice with update stock option that we made. And now I will make SI made as, add SI made as, and I will add SI bought. That is one number, and again, you will have the ability to um, change the serial number. You'll have the ability to add GST details, your tax details, and now it's been submitted, and you get this flag here that says you need to bill, because you've not billed it yet. This is a pure um, accounting, stock transaction. But there is, because of perpetual inventory, there is a double entry bookkeeping, and I'll walk you through that. The first thing I'll show you is the stock ledger. The stock ledger will again show you that from brand stores, one number got depleted, and we go back to the delivery note document and click on um, accounting ledger, and that will show you stock in hand is moved straight from stock in hand to cost of goods sold, which is exactly what you want, right? The $20 of making this particular item, or the rate at which the cost of input material into these particular cost of input material and outsourced services. In-house labor is not included as part of this. So that is, that's what it is. So that kind of works, great. Now, so what we're going to be doing on ERPNext now, we've done the direct invoice come delivery note. We've done a delivery note, and from the delivery note, you could make an invoice, and I can show you that. You just click on, you go to, actually I will leave it as the at the delivery note stage. Will not convert that into an invoice. But what we will do now is we'll make a sales order. From the sales order, we'll make a delivery note and leave it at the delivery note stage. So to be able to do that, you just have to go to selling and pick sales order and say add sales order. And you can add a new customer, or we just pick the same customers that we already have in here. And sales customer purchase order, so you can put a customer purchase order number, and that when you put that in, the purchase order date opens up, and we'll put the sales warehouse, say uh, main stores, right? And we'll add SI but use delivery date of today, and SI made. One number, we'll add another one, and SI made S, and SI outsourced. I'll save that and submit it. So the sales order is done, and there is a sales order analytics. Yeah, sales order analysis report, and that will show this particular sales order and the items as pending. Quantity to deliver, quantity to invoice, so on and so forth. So that is good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pick up this particular sales order, and we're going to make a, let's say the customer said, just send me SI bought and SI made for now. So you just create a delivery note, and you scroll down and you knock off the items that you're not sending by clicking on these things here and saying delete, and you uh, save and submit. But before you do that, you need to add the serial number, and I'm going to pick serial number batch number, and I'm going to say add serial numbers, because that means that I don't need to deal with the complexity of serial and batch bundle. And I will say submit. And as I do that, obviously the stock will get automatically depleted. I don't need to show you that, but I'll go to the sales order analysis report and show you how you can be on top of what is going on in a complex sales environment. Let me just refresh once, and you'll be able to see that the ones that we made deliveries for have been recorded here, the quantity to deliver. And now if you go back to this particular sales order and try to convert that into another delivery note, only the items that are that have not been shipped will be fetched into this particular delivery note. Right? We're not going to make the sales or the delivery note now, but that is how it is. So it's all very very nicely set up. So that's the part that um, completes. So what we've done is made a sales invoice come delivery note together, and now then we made a sales the delivery note, but we've not made the sales invoice. Then we started with the sales order. From the sales order, we converted that into a delivery note, and we've not made an invoice on that yet. So what I'm going to try and do now is I'm just going to go into the accounting module and see if I can find you a report that talks about I mean, there isn't all the reports that ERPNext supports listed over here. Very surprising to me. Let me go to the stock module and see if there is a delivery note that needs to be converted to invoice report available in there. Stock, key report, sales order, purchase order analysis, requested item. Anyway, I'll find that and I'll come back in the report section and we'll talk about that particular thing in the report section. So now we get on to the POS module, making point of sale sales in the next subsegment of this module. Keep watching. Now there are a few other things that I have to set up, and we will do that. We will do that now, and I'll walk you through those particular transactions as well. The Actually, you could do another thing. Well, um, I'm going to show you a few reports now, and let me show you the accounts receivable report first. Right, so the accounts receivable should show buys everything, is owing us uh, 2020 bucks. Invoiced amount is 2000, right? So just and because that's the first sales invoice that we made from main stores. The second one that we made is still not converted. The second dispatch that we made from brand stores is still not converted into a sales invoice, so that is not showing up here. So now there are a few other reports. Let me find some of those particular reports in there. Sales analytics, maybe. Let's see. I'm kind of winging it here. So this gives you sales, which is great, but which is not what I was looking for. I was looking for a report that says what are the delivery notes that have been made that have not been converted uh, into invoices, and there must be a report like that. I try and find that for you. uh, Tax master shortcuts. Let me see, delivery notes. Yeah, okay, delivery note trends. Let's see how this works. Fiscal year is mandatory. All right, we shall put the fiscal year. See, rebuild. I shall research this out and I shall show you this report in a bit. So let's move on. The thing that we need to do is for the brand store, is that we need to add, there's a point of sale, and I want to show you that particular thing, right? So we will go to post settings. I've already did a little bit of homework in here. Post settings, there is some post field and post search fields and all that. Like, that's not the post profile list. Yeah, post profile list. Post is point of sale. There is already one that has been set up, and we can just, I'll just walk you through that. I can't delete it because I've already made transactions on this. But basically, well, let me walk you through that. I just say add a post profile, branch stores, roadshow, roadshow manager. All right, so warehouse is roadshow, and you can put for applicable for users, and I'll add myself in here. You have to have at least one user, obviously. Well, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to see here. Right. So, GRAM, I'll make it default, and we'll add payment methods, right? So we will add cash, obviously. You expect to get paid cash. Where scroll is mandatory? Huh? Maybe there's something to do with that. That's not something to do with the subscription being expired. Maybe not. Then we have credit card, obviously. That gives another error saying fiscal year didn't UPI, which is big in India. Universal Payments Interface. And so we've added that. Say we won't hide images, though we've not added any images. Automatically hide unavailable items, automatically add filtered item to the cart, ignore pricing rule, allow user to edit rate, allow user to edit discount. I will click on that because we're talking about manager now. I should be able to do that because in a retail setup, in a traditional retail setup, there's a whole bunch of things that can go wrong, and a customer could walk up to your counter with a product in his or her hand and say, well, I want to check this out, and if your system doesn't allow you to check it out because of negative stock issues, you're just going to lose out on sales. So you need to be able to be flexible and take into account the fact that things typically go wrong in a retail setup because of various reasons, and then give the flexibility for your retail staff to make transactions. Along with that flexibility, you lose control because flexibility and control are two opposite, counter opposing concepts, because if you have more flexibility you lose control, and if you want control you need to give up on flexibility. But yeah, so that's a trade-off that organizations make day in and day out. And if you want to see what was the, so let's say you're setting up a road show, you're doing an exhibition, and you want to bill um, all the expenses for that exhibition or for that road show onto the road show, and you want to see, and let's say you're enabling counter sales there, and you want to see what is your P&L, was it worth it, how much, what was the ROI, those kind of things in there. Then you can have set up a separate cost center for accounting dimensions in here, and then add this post profile to that particular to that particular uh, that particular cost center, right? So I'm still go and still need to speak crisply, but I've been talking and I've been talking and I've been talking, so it becomes a little harder. Now I already have this disabled uh, on another on another past profile, so I shall open that. It's of course in a level of complexity that I don't need to show you, so excuse me for that. But basically what it says is like you already have a default here, so you gotta knock that off. So I'm going to knock it off, and then I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to come back to this and 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 just see if I have the user and the default setup. Yes, I have. Let me save this now. Roadshow manager. Yes, there you go. So that got done. It's getting a little too sunny in here, and then I just come back. I'm doing this recording at Lalbagh, which is a 140-acre oasis in the heart of Bangalore. I just think that it's adds a certain amount of character, and you viewers feel free to weigh in if you think this is too distracting. Let me know. I'll try and get into a studio kind of environment, but I think it adds a lot of character. You hear birds chirping in the background and all that kind of stuff, and along with that comes um, the sun, and Bangalore is getting warmer, this year a little sooner, and we keep saying that every year. And so I'm just going to move to another location, and I'll be back and continue this particular segment there. But thanks for watching. Yes, so we made the past profile for being able to do invoicing uh, on the on the roadshow at an event, and it can also be used by retail stores. It doesn't have to be an event, but now we're going to go and make those particular transactions. Let me just walk you through the post profile first. So the warehouse is the first thing. So we're putting it onto the roadshow warehouse, into which we've dropped uh, 25 units each of SI bought, SI made, SI made S, and SI outsourced. And we have, oh, supposed to have a default over here. Let's see what happens there. Kindly disable that roadshow manager. All right, there's the roadshow in there. So let me walk you through the roadshow manager. I'm sorry, I got a little confused in there. So the warehouse is roadshow. There is a user that is set up. There is payment methods that have been set up with a default payment method and some settings, right? So now to be able to make a entry, I say pause open point of sale. As I do that, it'll say you need to create an opening entry, because that's where you kind of work custody of both the stocks, the till, uh, the uh, the till, which is where you register your payments, and the cash that has been and the cash and payments that have been collected so far. So we will use Roadshow Manager, and so yeah, the opening amount is all zero, and we will say submit. So now we get in here, and it can be made a little prettier, right? And then you can add another number, let's say 888-1926. Always good to just put the customer name, the customer mobile number as the customer name. You can always add a name, and uh, you can always add name and first name, last name into it as well. But I shall use I shall use this. This, of course, I shall use the mobile number. This, of course, means that, hey, Mr. Sunil, or hey, Miss Rekha, is something that you can't say in your communication with the user. That's a downside. But for now, let's go with this. So we've added a customer. The customer is added into ERPNext, and the customer, let's say, wants, okay, give me SI bought, one number of SI bought, and one number of SI made. And so you want to, if you want to add a discount, you can add a discount. If you want to edit the rate, you can edit the rate, because this cost profile has the ability to edit the rate, add discounts, and all that. But you can set up the cost profile in such a way that the person at the counter cannot do anything other than add items in, accept payments, and do a checkout. So let's check out. And now you need to add payment information, and that's the UPI. But if you want to add, say, credit card as the payment, right, you'll have to kind of make that 0, right? So, or you can go back to UPI and make that 1,000, and then knock this off, and then you come in here and you say complete order. You can add taxes, taxes and charges template. Taxes could be inclusive in the amount that has been added, and you get a pass receipt. And if you have a pass printer over there, you can just print the receipt, or you can email it, or you can WhatsApp it with all the appropriate integrations. Some of those integrations are not available out of the box. You might have to customize them. Just waiting for this truck to move away. Right. So yeah, you'll have to customize some of those particular integrations, but those integrations are available on ERPNext because it's open source, or you can develop your own because it's open source. So that is it. So now let me just show you something. There will be a POS invoice list that has been created, and this is the one that we just made. And this POS invoice list will continue as is till we complete, and you can do a written and all that kind of stuff. And from the POS itself, you should be able to do a written, or you should be able to come and do the written from here. Now the actual invoice is not yet hit the the book of accounts, because to ensure performance, what ERPNext has done is that it doesn't let you, it doesn't push the invoices out to it doesn't push the invoices out to the accounting ledger till the POS closing voucher is submitted. And let me show you that. POS closing entry list. And I will say add POS closing entry. Don't worry about that. The cancelled entry that you said, I was doing a little bit of homework, and that was the reason. And then I say, yeah, there is the UPI, which is the 1,000, and there is an invoice that's also included. And as I said, I am doing this recording in Lalbagh, and there are a lot of tourists around, so you're going to hear a little bit of background noise, ambient noise. So now that is done, and we're going to look at the post invoice merge log. They're all probably a little too much information for you guys, and that would possibly have created the actual put sales invoice on ERPNext, and indeed it has. And over here, you can again go into the accounting ledger and the stock ledger and see how each of them uh, are um, how each of them are impacted because of that particular transaction. So when you do a closing pass and voucher, what it does is that it takes the entire set of invoices and creates a single invoice for that. So which makes it easier, because otherwise you'll have hundreds of invoices. Yet with the post invoice list, you will have all of these particular things completely there. So you'll have all the information: who bought it, what's their contact number, what was the mode in which they paid, and that's probably going to be in the sales invoice as well. But I think it's the best of both worlds. The only downside is that the stock doesn't get hit until the actual purchase invoice is made. But ERPNext keeps count of the net available stock and will ensure that if you don't want to do negative billing, negative stock, then it'll stop you from being able to bill, saying that it's not there on the system. So that is it. So we've done all the transactions on ERPNext. You've seen the B2B invoices from main stores and brand stores, and you've seen the B2C, the point of sale transaction on from the roadshow. So this completes, I think, the segment of everything that we wanted to do on ERPNext. So thank you for watching, and we'll be back doing these transactions on Zoho Books and Inventory. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This part of the shootout is with Zoho Books and Inventory, and uh, we're going to be doing invoicing the customers from the three warehouses: main stores, brand stores, and roadshow, um, on this particular segment of the shootout. And this one is going to be on Zoho Books plus Inventory. We've already done it on ERPNext. So let me open up Zoho Books and Inventory. I go to inventory.zoho.in, use my user ID and login to access Zoho Books and Inventory. I don't know why, but Zoho takes a certain amount of time for the sign in button to come up. Maybe my link is slow, and I'm going to use the ID and password that I used to log in. And so there it is. So it's logging me in into Zoho Books and Inventory. And what I'm going to do now, um, the one thing that I don't think I showed you is on ERPNext. I'll probably come back and complete that separately. And as I was looking at the sales order, that's when I kind of realized that. So what we will do with Zoho Books and Inventory is first create a sales order, right? And you can add a customer. So we'll leave it as buys everything. Okay. You can add billing addresses and shipping addresses, and then you can put your own customer purchase order reference. Expected shipment date is, let's say, today, right? Payment terms due on receipt, and then you scroll down and you add the items. So we will add SI bought. Now, so what we're going to do here is we're going to change the warehouse to say main stores, and we can have SI made, then SI made S, and SI outsourced. Each of them is one number each, and each of them is one number, and you could add a contact person. I just save it as draft, and then I will say mark as issued. Mark as confirmed, not issued. Mark as confirmed. So confirmed orders are actionable. And now what you can do is you can convert this into an invoice. And I don't know what this instant invoice is. So let me click on that and see what happens. And sales order with batch or serial tracked items cannot be converted into an invoice directly because you need to be able to add. So it's like directly you convert that into an invoice. That can be done with SI bought and SI made S, but it can't be done because we have SI made, which is a serialized item, and SI outsourced, which is a batched item. So here we go. So here's where we have to add the where does it say which warehouse? It's knocking these things off from stock on hand. Main stores over here. You can see that that's the main stores part, which is great. And you can always change that by clicking on this, I guess. Yeah, that is good. And there you go. And you can say save. Serial number, batch numbers cannot be left empty. So Zoho Books will expect you to key in the serial number. I will pick a serial number that is available. I'm sure Zoho Books um, will only show. I keep doing this. I apologize, and this is probably something that Zoho Books needs to think about because you need to click out and then you need to save, and that's when the serial number gets updated. Most users won't won't know enough to do that particular thing, to be able to click on save. And I've done it a few times. But then, of course, the flip side of all of that is that you have the flip side of all of that is that people have to do the same thing over and over again, and after a mistake, maybe a day or two of getting a hang of it, uh, they will do wonderfully well. So it's not always important for it to be totally intuitive, especially in a setting like a structured data system or an ERP system. So this is it. Now I just want to see if there is a way by which I can look at the right. So there isn't. But if I go to the inventory reports, and let me walk you through that. And go by warehouse report and look at main stores. That is RM1, so it's got 0, so that's fine. So we got to go to item, and you can see that in the main stores, one quantity went out as we made the invoice. On Zoho Books, you've set it up in such a way that the stock gets depleted as you make an invoice, right? You have the ability to say that you can the stock gets depleted when you make another document, a purchase receipt or something like that. But what we have selected, and I'll come to that in the opinionated segment of this particular shootout. Right now, I'm just going to show you how to do things. So that is using the sales order. But now, if you don't want to do a sales order, you want to do a direct invoice from, say, the brand stores. Let me see if I can do that from here, or I need to go into. No, I don't need to go into Zoho Books. I don't need to go to Zoho Books. So I will add, and let's say we'll just use it for same buys everything, and we'll come down and we'll add the items as I made. Let's just add, or we're just going to make a straight invoice, so there is no instant invoice in here. I apologize, I'm kind of thinking too much on this. So let's add SI bought and SI made S, which are not serialized or batched items, and it becomes very easy to make an invoice. Look at that, you just add that, you put that in. um, you can add taxes as the case may be. I'm sure Zoho does wonderfully well on taxes as well, just like any other system worth its name. And you can say I've got paid, so you can have the payment informations set up in there. And thanks for your business, or we appreciate your business, all those kind of things, which is pretty cool. And then you can save this, and then mark sent, and you can see the print format coming here. uh, I'm not too sure how well this print format, how customized the print format can be, whether you can add your own logo and other things. We will figure that out in the last part of this particular um, segment, the discovery segment. Um, right. So this is being done. So now the only thing that we need to do is we need to find a way uh, to make a quick invoice. This is actually quick enough, but let's try again. Let's make another invoice on the roadshow warehouse. We'll add a customer, say new customer, and company name, display name. It's like, okay, so let's say 9623052289. I need to add another number 6. Customer phone. You can add name, salutation, first name, last name, all of that particular thing, customer display name. But we want to make a quick invoice. We don't want to waste time because we are in a POS setup. I will also search if I can make a POS entry over here. So this is the invoice number, due on receipt, and we're going to go into display to the item list, and we're going to add SI made because we want to try and make it a little complicated. And you'll have to select the serial number, come and click here, and then pick the serial number, and you can add another item. Again, I made the same mistake. I have to pick the serial item and then click out and then say save. And that's when it gets updated. And I will add another. I will add SI bot. No, SI outsource because that's got the batch number, and we'll select batches. Wow. So we're changing the warehouse to roadshow, and we're going to select serial numbers again. We're going to knock this off because that was pointing to ROI Retrievers warehouse, which is not what we want to do. And we want to add the batches, and we want to save it. I just want to be sure that I picked the right serial number and I saved it. I did it. So I gotta click this, and that gets obscured. The save button gets obscured, and it's difficult for users to know that they gotta hit the save button. But like I said, if I have to do it over and over again daily, I'll get a hang of it very soon. And I will say I have received the payment, and then I will say save, and that will, I am certain that the payment entry is also made. Um, the payment would be automatically will automatically hit the accounting ledger and all those good stuff. So let's go see how this is working on Zoho Books. Zoho Books.zoho.in, not Zoho Books, books.zoho.in, and so these are all bills. Purchase invoice, and we'll look at the sales invoices now. And here you will see all the invoices, which is great. And I want to be able to see a few reports, which could be profit and loss. And so it's trying to sell me things. And again, the cost of goods sold, everything is uh, automatically taken, which is absolutely how you want it, if you want perpetual inventory, that is. So here you go. So this is what Zoho Books can do. So thank you for watching, and then we'll come back. We'll do another segment. We'll talk about generic stuff like print formats, reports, and close out the discovery phase, and then we'll get on to the opinionated phase. I've tried to hold back my opinions. I've been unsuccessful many times, and I apologize for that. I've tried to hold back on my opinions as I did the discovery phase. But in the opinionated segment of this particular shootout, I'm going to let loose, and I'm going to say what I think, the good things and the bad things of each of these particular software. And there are a lot of good things, and there are a few bad things with each of these. And we'll touch upon that in the opinionated segment. Thank you for watching, and I'll be back soon. Hello, and welcome to ERPNext Shootouts. This shootout is with Zoho Books and Inventory, and we've done almost all of it, but we're going to start the opinionated section of the shootout next. At least on your video, I don't really know when I'll have the opportunity to record it. Hopefully tomorrow, so we're just going to be adding a few things. The first thing we're going to add is a material request. So we're going to pick up the material request, and we're going to add a new one. Purchase is great, and we're going to add SI bot over here. And you're going to say required by today. And you're going to say get items. You don't need to get items here, not for this. So the next one we're going to add from bill of materials. You're going to get SI made for stores, and fetch exploded is great. We're going to say 100, and it's going to get that over. I'm going to knock this off, and I'm going to hit get items from again bill of materials. We're going to take SI made S stores and 100 get items, and we're going to add SI outsourced, the raw material that is required for SI outsourced India. And for warehouse stores 100 and well, I thought I put the required by date. Okay, I'm going to put the required by date up here so that it all gets inherited into every line of the material request. And I'm going to walk you through this particular thing tomorrow in the opinionated segment. So that is, and then we're going to do a similar thing for the sales orders. New sales order buys everything. Delivery date is today, and we're going to add the sales order for the 4 items that we make. SI bought, and we're going to set the source warehouse as main stores. And then we're going to add SI made 20 SI made S 20 and then finally SI outsource 20. And we will submit this. So that is done. So now we cut to the chase and go to Zoho inventory, and we'll do the same thing. Sales, payments received. Let's go to purchases first. Purchase receipts, vendors, vendor credits. There's nothing called purchase request on, or a material request on Zoho Books, but we will not let that phase us. We'll just create a purchase order and warehouses. We will pick the warehouse to, yeah, ROI retrievers sounds fine. Purchase orders, great. We're gonna, delivery date is also fine. Expected delivery date is, we're going to put that as 1, and I'm just going to check what this at transaction level, discount type. Okay, at the transaction level or at the item. And then what happens if I achieve this? Maybe there is a item that adds up for discount. Okay, yeah, that is what it is. And so I am doing a purchase order, right? Yes, I am. So we going to add R1 100 Autumn 2. Autumn 3. Sorry about that. Whistling away. And then SI bot. Right, and we're going to say save as draft, and we're going to call it mark as issued. All right, so that takes care of that. We need to add a sales order. So we're just going to scroll up to the sales section. I'll see if there's anything called material request. No, there ain't. Alright, so we will go with the sales order. We do the same thing. We put that into main stores and pick by everything. That is good. Expected shipment date is today. June receipt. Delivery method. SI. And the warehouse is main store. We will say 20. SI made 20. SI made S 20, and then SI outsourced. So that took care of that. We're going to say save as draft, and we're going to say mark as confirmed. So that is it. So there are other, we've done the bomb, we've done the composite items. So I think we've done almost everything that we wanted. I think we're ready for the opinionated segment, and I just love the opinionated segment. I've just been holding back about various things. I'm going to let it loose. Hopefully, I'll be very unbiased, and I'll be very objective about how I view each of these software, ERPNext and Zoho Books and Inventory. Thanks for watching, and we'll get on to the opinionated, the fun part, in just a bit. Bye now.